By the mall. Okay, but you're not by Canada Gate, you're the other end to the actual Canada Gate. Perfect. Okay, so we'll come to you after this one. So, but you are in the museum, Perfect. Yeah. I think I can actually see your camera. Just peeking out. Yeah. Perfect. So we'll come to you as soon as this is done. So it should take a couple of minutes.
stolen.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, of course. I'm pretty sure we're stealing power from you anyway. So.
Well, I did see that somewhere else, and I thought.
No. So this, I think this is ours.
The blue ones.
I think we've plugged ourselves into someone else's plug that's plugged into someone else's plug that's not plugged into someone else's
We're
plug.
feeding off of ITN. So.
Probably. Let's not ask too many questions. Oh, I just put it back.
Hello, good morning, Mohaddin speaking. Oui, bien sûr. Vous êtes maintenant en face de Buckingham Palace ou... Je vais dans le tente, il y a beaucoup de tentes blanches. Alors, c'est en fait le nom de port c'est South Africa Gate. Oui, il y a deux ports. Oui, exactement. Il y a Canada Gate, il y a Canada Gate et puis il y a South Africa Gate. Non, l'autre Sud-Afrique. Oui, exact. Oui, en face de sécurité. Oui. Appelez-moi.
Over the other side, please. On the other side.
well now. They block the ones here. Susana. Susana, ¿me puedes decir por favor la imagen con la que vamos a destapar? Son las 9:30 de la mañana aquí en Londres, las 10:30 en España. Están viendo imagen en directo del Palacio de St. James, de la capital del Reino Unido, donde en muy pocos minutos vamos a vivir un acontecimiento histórico, uno de tantos como los que estamos viviendo estos días. Va a ser proclamado oficialmente rey Carlos III, el hijo de Isabel II, 2 días después de su fallecimiento. Será el monarca número 40. Muy buenos días desde aquí, desde el corazón de Londres, una ciudad algo más triste y silenciosa de lo habitual. El programa Hablando Claro adelanta su estreno, dadas las circunstancias de este acontecimiento histórico. Hasta aquí nos hemos venido con un despliegue increíble de medios y de reporteros. Vamos a estar en todos los escenarios de la noche, empezando por el más importante a esta hora, ese Palacio de St. James, donde vamos a vivir la proclamación oficial de Carlos III como rey. Allí está María Álvarez. María.
Buongiorno, questo è il passaggio formale e istituzionale per l'ascensione al trono di Re Carlo III, che alla morte della madre è diventato re, perché non c'è un uomo di potere così, ma deve essere proclamato re per il bilanciamento anche dei poteri del
Está Javier Aguado. Javier.
Le autorità supreme di questo paese ne saranno presenti circa 200 e la proclamazione, che è una formula di rito, verrà soltanto aggiornata dal gesto femminile che era praticato 70 anni fa per la regina Isabel al maschile di oggi. Bene, la formula della proclamazione verrà letta dalla...
Se va cumpliendo paso a paso todo el ritual, toda la liturgia de esa operación Puente de Londres alterada por el fallecimiento de la reina en las tierras altas de Escocia, en Balmoral, donde todavía está el cuerpo de la reina Isabel II. Está Juan Pablo Carabias.
Sul fatto che non c'è stato un vuoto di potere, alle mie spalle la bandiera, la Royal Standard della famiglia reale, che sventola non a mezz'asta qui su Buckingham Palace, perché il re è a palazzo, mentre su tutti gli altri palazzi pubblici britannici le bandiere sono a metà nel segno di lutto. Al momento della proclamazione di Re Carlo III,
Edimburgo está ya blindado, Londres también, las calles. Así arranca Hablando Claro, el nuevo programa de las mañanas de la 1 con esta noticia de alcance mundial que tiene, por supuesto, repercusiones también. Mar Calderó, compañero en nuestro país. Vaya estreno, Mar. Es inminente, Marc, esa proclamación, y lo que tiene que ocurrir antes es que le veamos salir de esa puerta principal, de esa verja de Buckingham Palace, atestado de gente, de londinenses, de británicos, de turistas que no se han despegado de este punto neurálgico de la ciudad, trayendo flores, con un respeto que se palpa en el ambiente y una tristeza y un silencio, desde luego, sobrecogedores. Pero todo este proceso, que está funcionando a la perfección, no se pasa nada al detalle, comienza casi a 1000 kilómetros de aquí, porque la muerte de Isabel II en las tierras altas de Escocia ha alterado en cierta manera esa llamada Operación Puente de Londres, combinada con la Operación Unicornio. Hay que decir que Isabel II pudo querer pasar sus últimos días en esa tierra que tanto quería, donde ella se sentía más libre, se sentía más Isabel que Reina Isabel. Allí su cuerpo reposa en un salón principal. Mañana se trasladará a Edimburgo, la capital escocesa está ya blindada. Juan Pablo Carabias.
as well. How far away are you? It's just there's a lot of crowd, so 3-minute walk? Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, if you get to, so yeah, you're coming down the right end. So basically, if you get to, well, in the December, yeah, there'll be a so you know, but they're here. Yeah, as a main, it's just
fare? No. L'osservazione del gruppo è un monito. Posso vedere qualcosa perché pensavo di farlo dopo. Vabbè, adesso devo dire altre cose.
Vale, están por plató y luego vamos nosotros. Plató y nosotros, no hay directo. Están ahora ya. Está un pantallón el plató. Y nos vamos a mover, ¿vale? Ahora sí. Es que antes me han dicho corta, por favor. Yo te aviso. Está un poco la ¿me oyes? Ah, llevas el mismo. Esto no veía nada.
Eu me leito agora.
Ja.
Sí, es inminente porque es que además de las campanas aquí apenas hay como metro, claro, todos móvil en mano para captar esa imagen. Vamos a hacer por ahí esa carta del otro lado que va a enseñar mi compañero por ese lado de allí. Piensan las personas que no saben esa imagen de negro todo hay capacidad por ahí se produciría la llegada en este caso del rey Carlos III y también de la reina consorte. Lo veis también al fondo, ya todo preparado, han llegado los bolis. Cada vez que se mueve alguien, aquí saltan las alarmas porque se puede producir de manera ya el rey no hará un juramento como tal, en otros países pues, se dirigirá a los miembros de ese consejo. Era la de allá, pero no había manera. Es que no podía, yo estaba haciendo así, pero no le da. Da igual. Claro, yo estaba haciendo así, pero no veía. No, because you are like... Está saliendo, está saliendo. Está saliendo.
Door de president is het er niet de eerste maal brengen. Хора говорят и имат ни. Тук съм, хайде. Не мърдаме. Вицо ще ме обявили?
No me pienso mover.
Este prima participare această la și este ocazia pe care el este proclamat rege. În urmă cu câteva sute de ani era de altfel momentul oficial la care poporul afla că programul este înlocuit de succesorul său, de altfel. Eu exact nu știu probabil pentru care sunt atâția oameni care au ajuns aici, dar pentru că, așa cum spuneam, de sute de ani în Marea Britanie oamenii află în urma unei proclamații publice faptul că regele este pentru prima dată când această ceremonie este publicată pe viața Stamiren și Ștamontan să fie да не въртим ли, какво да правим?
Te oigo.
Ya si te la ve aquí.
Te oigo, te oigo, te oigo. Sí, sí, me está
No, que yo sí que tengo imagen
Dice
aquí.
que él tiene imagen perfecto.
Sí, te oigo, nada más escucháis vosotros. No, pues aquí me sale imagen, ¿eh?
Guys, that way, please. That way.
Yo tengo
That way. That way.
Movimiento, hay movimiento.
No, that way. Across the road.
¿Me escucháis? Pues yo desde aquí sí que me estaba entrando, lo acabo de apagar, pero sí que me estaba entrando, ¿eh? O sea, la imagen yo la tenía. Sí, le he apagado, pero que eso como digo. Sí, lo que me ha dicho. Vamos, ya la tenía la imagen. Pues aquí ya me sale, o sea, me tienes que estar viendo sí o sí.
Bien.
Nada, seguimos en mente, pero yo les hablo, pero nadie me contesta. Yo creo que no me escucha. ¿Me escucha? Vale, ¿me escucháis? Señor. Entiendo, tío. Sí, yo sí que te escucho. No, pero que sí, que no me está entrando aquí, que yo tengo la imagen aquí. Con la puedo enseñar, no sé con quién estoy hablando. Claro. Pues vamos a ver, pues yo te voy a enviar una foto como tengo la señal subida. Una mujer.
fait, il y a plein d'angles de caméra. Hein. C'est énorme appareil photo, des caméras. Ouais. Même à droite. On avance à quoi?
Eso me gusta.
Sorry.
Vaya.
Dans le groupe de voitures.
Sí, estar estoy, pero vale la imagen.
Voilà.
Estar estoy, pero la mochila no te sirve. Que bajemos la calidad, aunque sea en SD o...
La cam.
Pero ahora mismo como no vamos a entrar ahora, ¿no? Es que ahora, claro, hay mucha gente. O hablar con el compañero directamente, ¿no? Yo eso de esto no entiendo.
Ouais, ils viennent d'arriver, regarde ça bouge. Ouais. Mais c'est peut-être les poules. Hein.
Non.
Qui a réussi à rentrer? Oui, regarde, plein de gens là.
If they're coming in there.
No sé, o sea, hablarlo con él, porque yo de esto no entiendo nada.
En face de moi, je pense. Mais t'as pas besoin de les rentrer par le
Sí, bueno,
Ok, mais t'as pas
nos vamos de aquí.
Non, non, non. De quoi?
Vale, pues voy a preguntar a edición porque es que me han dicho no te muevas de ahí porque
la
pincho,
foule arrive
¿sabes?
face à moi.
Claro. Pues te cuelgo la llamada, ¿vale? Porque es que si no me quedo sin batería en los móviles y entonces ya...
Ouais, ouais.
Háblalo tú con tu gente y ya...
Le générique arrive par Buckingham. Mais non. Ouais, ouais. Bon là. Mais non. Ouais.
Aunque no se vea, es que no podemos hacer otra cosa, porque si no, no vamos a ver. Tengo margen para moverme, ¿no? Estáis dando eso en directo ahora, o todo el rato, ¿verdad? Vale. Venga, hasta ahora. Vamos a movernos rápido y ya está. Donde podamos salir, pues ahí.
télé dedans. Hein.
I think as soon as they move these, because I don't think there's a road in the middle of this, is there?
Well, I don't know. No, there's no road there. So it's either here or there. It's there. Or there. Yeah, that's the problem.
En fait, ils en ont laissé. Wow.
You can go on Sunday, which is family day. And you go early enough, you can get to see these trains, have a look around, have a food, soak it all in before it gets too crazy towards the evening time. It's worth visiting. Yeah. So even the ones you see, also the ones you don't see. Yeah. Please don't say that. It's not fooling you. But you know, it's fanatic fate, isn't it? There are kids involved in all of them. You have the organisers.
Voilà, comme c'est la douce. De bar,
Yeah, well,
It was flat,
Moi ce matin j'étais partie parce qu'on va encore une fois là. Ouais, de la part
Like us.
Yeah, it's good though.
Do you know what show in Sessions? I haven't been told it's shown.
Je suis en Angleterre. Est-ce que c'est pas connu? Là c'est bon, je vous entends. Oui, est-ce que demain matin vous êtes chez vous?
Tu vas se remettre dans le mois, c'est 4 ans?
Parfait, mais est-ce qu'à 8h vous serez réveillé ou c'est trop tôt? Ben, parce que ma soeur passe à Lille, elle redescend dans le sud et elle a les clés et en fait j'aimerais qu'elle les ferme. Et elle part vers 8h parce qu'elle a son train à 9h30. Donc à 8h elle partira de Romainville. Elle peut taper chez vous et vous laisser les clés? Pas de problème pour vous? Et bien super, à 8h je vous dirai qu'elle part chez vous. Super.
J'ai la batterie.
Merci beaucoup, bonne journée. Voilà, alors je ne sais pas combien de temps je reste, je suis parti à Londres pour les fêtes de la reine, je reste une semaine, 15 jours. Voilà.
L'US est arrivé.
C'est où là, ça a coupé? Pardon? Super, merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Sıra bekleyeceğiz. Sıra kapattı. Evet, orta kapıdan içeri girdik. Sırada beklediğim insanlar bizim orada görevliydik ya.
En fonction une fois que j'aurai des plans, j'essaierai de me laisser comme ça.
Yok basın girişi. Yok. Biz şeydeyiz. Ama ortada bir yol var ya, önce aslında izledim girişimler.
You can see the microphones right there. So long as I can get back in front.
Şeyde, içeride mi? Evet. Benim önümdeler. Platformu ben selamlayayım. Altın arasında giyiyorum.
They they've moved on to normal council business.
Comme l'AFP, c'est une télégraphique qui fait quoi? Et du coup, vous êtes aussi dans le pays, j'imagine, dans le pays royal. L'AFP est là. Parce que moi, je découvre ça. Tu viens de France? Tu es basé à Londres? J'étais arrivé sur ce que plus c'est rentré, mais moi j'aurais été tranquille, parce que 15 oui, parce que les autres télés, parce que tout le monde pourrait dire. Oui, parce que j'avais vu que l'entrée c'était 15 heures. C'est clair pour le coup. Parce que
Mr. This. So you have been able to Right, so now they're bringing a band after the proclamation. They're going to bring up a royal certificate called septiembre, and then they're going to second. Now, they don't have to stop in the king's realm. The booking is called septiembre. So they're bringing the appearance of the king.
Forward. Just back. Yeah, still. First man, just back. Still. Third man, just forward. Third man, just forward. Eyes. Front. Third man just forward. Still. Fourth man just forward. Still. Number 6 just back. 6 just back. Still. Stand still. Left and right. Forward. We are still. Carry on. Still. Third man just back. Still. Carry on. Still. Stand still. Their centre right. First man just forward. Still. Carry on. Still. Second man just back. Still. Stand still! Their rear right! King's guard, shoulder, arms! Stand guard, 8! King's guard, stand! Easy. King's Guard. Shoulder arms. King's Guard. Standard 8. Stand easy.
Is they look like fireworks in there. Oh what? Are you going to ask him to move?
That's what I was going to ask.
No, it's only this lovely lady here. But she's going to have terrible trouble with her shoelace in a minute. When it happens, you're going to be ripping her shoelace and things, and she's going to do it up.
King's Guard! King's Guard! Shun! King's Guard! Slow! Arms!
call to his mercy our late sovereign lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We, therefore, the Lord Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III. By the grace of God, of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of the other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and allegiance with humble affection. Beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September in the year of our Lord, 2022.
King's Guard! Royal Salute! Present! Arms!
Three cheers for His Majesty the King. Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip! Hooray!
King's Guard, will replace pictures. Replace. Pictures. Done. King's Guard. King's Guard. Ah.
Numbers 1 and 3, cartridge only, alert! Number 1, cartridge only, unload! Cut it! Report! Guns empty! Hup. 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 1 and 2! Yeah, attachments! Yeah! Attachments! Yeah! Detachment! Hop! Detachment! Hop! Detachment! Hop! A! First City of London Battery, Honourable Artillery Company, Royal Horse Artillery! Battery, shine! Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We therefore, the Lord Spiritual and Temple of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London, and others, do now hereby, with one voice and consent of tongue and heart, publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and his other realms and territories, King, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and obedience with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace this 10th day of September, in the year of our Lord, 2022. God save the King.
Bem, isto está vou mandar. Olha, eu vou dizer o seguinte, eu sei a minha parte, isto está para alguns períodos o David já veio quando eu estava a bocado já distribuiu agora a seguir alguns.
Yeah, something like this to yeah, supervise. Just you know, like second.
Nós fizemos uma coisa que muito canal. Começámos a correr para vir para lá da frente, para ficar aqui está. Mas a imagem é melhor. Um metrozinho.
Certa questão,
Second frame, something like this, because it's probably yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Foi minha. Rapaz, eu não podia fazer mais nada. Foi minha. Não, a outra. Eu fiz. Como é que eu levo assim, meu amor?
It's not a bad thing really, but it's sharp. So we can make it sharp. I can make it up a bit. Ah, okay, that's good. That's nice, isn't it?
Há muita coisa barrada já. Estamos no fim do bebê. Entendes? É assim, não faço olho para o protocolo.
junto à EBU. Entendes? Claro. Mas não, mas garanto que vocês não vão sair da casa toda com não nos vamos mexer. Todos os direitos à porta vão ser aqui, está bem? Queridos, está. Sim, estão de ver que todos os direitos vão ser aqui, está bem? Porque assim, vou-te explicar uma coisa, assim, não se dá para mexer. Queres que eu te mostre como é que as pessoas estão? Pronto, assim, só para dizer, não, pá, já correria por hoje já fizemos. Portanto, vamos ficar aqui. E fazer o melhor que mais possível. Está bem? Ficamos aqui no sítio da rede. Claro, querido. Obviamente. A gente vai ficar no sítio da rede. É onde tu quiseres. Elas cabem. Número 2. Então, espera aí só um bocadinho. Ok. Olha, diz-me uma coisa. O M-1, querem continuar a fazer no telemóvel ou querem fazer o M-1 deles? Ok, está bem, podes ligar que eu tenho já. Ok,
Yes, I was. Yes, it's the Osmo. So well done, that's great. Brilliant work. So we didn't get a proper camera. Yes, we had two. Mathilde was with the camera, but I was more focusing on people. That's brilliant. Good work.
Carla something. Carla something.
I believe you. It's a great idea. If I say no to my class or the I will receive it very, very, very fast. Yeah, true. It's the best place to. Yeah, suddenly we have money.
Sì, perché c'è una collega. Allora, siamo tutti in fila come i polli in fila.
I don't know, last scene over there, he had to go a different way. Yeah, I don't know, he's kind of stranded. But I don't know.
Mas vê-lo não é apenas possível, está atribuído à grandeza. Ah não, peraí, falta céu.
Order. I shall now invite the House to resume its tributes to Her late Majesty. I expect to conclude tributes up till 10 o'clock, and at that time I shall invite the Ministers to move the motion for a humble address to His Majesty. 182 members contributed yesterday. I know many want to do so today. I hope, therefore, that members will keep to the informal time limit of no more than 3 minutes. I now invite the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Therese Coffey.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for allowing government ministers to be able to participate in this debate today. I really do appreciate it, and I know that my constituents from Suffolk Coastal will do so too. The constancy that Her late Majesty the Queen gave us through decades, whether as a child, it was personally with the Silver Jubilee, and indeed all the celebrations that we had for Golden, the Diamond, and in particular, most recently, the Platinum, as well as all the commemorations of E-Day, and moments when the Queen brought this nation together, both recognising sad times, as well as those points at the Cenotaph, but also the celebration of what makes our country great. Just thinking about my mother, the very first time she watched television was when the coronation happened, and somebody in her town of Wrexham nearby bought a TV, and people piled in from around the surrounding streets in order to watch the princess, of course, the Queen by then, be crowned. But that impact goes right around the world, and I saw that when I was an environmental minister, and indeed whether it was in Kenya, Uganda, wherever I went, certainly the Queen was held in the highest regards, and there were always representations made for her. But that sort of impact actually happened during World War II as well. You know, if I think about the broadcast that happened by the princesses, I remember a long time ago, in 1995, when I went to, as a representative of the United Kingdom as a youth, we went to the Anne Frank house, and there were pictures of the princesses. And indeed, in the Anne Frank diary of the 21st of April, 1944, Anne Frank referred to the 18th birthday of the then Princess, Her Royal Highness Princess Elizabeth of York, but along the lines of not only wishing her birthday, but also wondering which prince they will marry this beauty off to. But that sort of constancy and impact around the world is something that I am confident that our new sovereign king will have as well, not only for his work on the environment, but also continuing the sincere traditions of his mother. Turning to Suffolk Coastal and the impact there, well, I will always pay tribute to the savvy parish councils, Rendlesham Parish Council, who always put their parish fete on the same day as the Trooping the Colour, because we get the lineup of all the fly-past coming through the Suffolk Coastal constituency, whereas many other places pay for it. But there seemed to be a particular affection to Benjamin Britten and opera music, and in terms of the Queen opened Snake Maltings and the 20th Festival in 1967, and when it burnt down just a couple of years later, she came back in effect to reopen it as well. And that affection carried on, and I think it was that love of music that we may not have always seen so self-evident. But indeed, people will know in this chamber and elsewhere the special arrangement of the national anthem that Benjamin Britten wrote. And that was then further testified by the fact that the Queen authorised the name of only one other person on the coinage of the realm. That was Benjamin Britten. In terms of, Mr. Speaker, I want to say on behalf of the people of Suffolk Coastal how much they will miss Queen Elizabeth II, but also pledge their loyalty and support to King Charles III. Thank you.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Accession Council met to proclaim the new sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, and it was an immense honour to bear witness to that historic proclamation for the Privy Council, but also for my constituents in Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingley. And for us in Pontefract, it's particularly important to mark the arrival of the new King, who, as Prince, has been a huge supporter of the Prince of Wales Hospice in Pontefract. And an association we hope considerably more positive than our last constituency connection with the accession of a monarch, which involved Pontefract Castle, Richard II, and a rather unfortunate end. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour today to speak in the second day of tributes to Her Majesty, to a truly remarkable Queen. And everyone has their memories. For one of my constituents, it was parcels from the young Princess Elizabeth sent in 1947, sharing the country, across the country, wedding gifts. She said, "I've always remembered it. There was a pineapple in it and we didn't know what it was." And for those of us children in the 1970s, it was the Silver Jubilee. The Queen meant street parties for us, and everyone made such a big fuss of it being 25 years, we frankly thought she'd already been Queen forever. And that's what she was, for us and subsequent generations, our forever Queen, who would serve our country for another 45 years. And right honourable members for Peckham, for Doncaster North, for Chingford have all described how, when they became Privy Councillors and when they left their office, she invited them to tea once they'd left their job. And the remarkable thing is, she did it for dozens of us. Every departing cabinet minister or party leader. And I was invited after the 2010 election. We drank tea. She asked me how we had managed with the kids as being cabinet ministers. And I said chaotically. And we talked about housing as well. And others have described the kindness that she showed in those meetings, but I think it was much more than that. She didn't invite us when we were on the way up. She didn't invite us when we were playing a constitutional role. She only invited us when it was all over and when the cameras had gone home. And most of us don't like to talk about our downfall, and so most people never knew she even held those teas. And I said then, it was very kind of you to do this. She said it was to recognise and to say thank you for public service. And that said much more about her than it did for the service that any of her cabinet ministers had shown, because it showed how privately, even more than publicly, she believed in selfless duty and valuing public service to our country. And yes, she showed that sense of mischief. And I think no one has told the story that so many of us must have heard John Prescott, the Lord Prescott, tell of his first Privy Council meeting with Claire Short, who was International Development Secretary at the time, and who, according to John, had arrived late with a large handbag and a pile of papers. And as they stood to hear the Privy Council business read out, suddenly Claire's phone began to ring. And Claire rummaged fast, was unable to find it in her handbag before the noise eventually subsided. The call went unanswered, and the Queen simply said, "Oh dear, I do hope that wasn't anyone important." And rightly, many members paid tribute yesterday to the address that the Queen gave just 2 weeks into the first lockdown. Thousands of people had already died, thousands more were being rushed to hospital, unable to breathe. Schools were closed, families were split up, churches, mosques, synagogues, all shut. Parliament had closed, and the Prime Minister was very ill. And all of the institutions we relied on and took for granted were either closed or under strain, except for the Queen. And only the Queen, our forever Queen, who had been a constant through ups and downs, could give us that message. But it wasn't just her authority in invoking those wartime sacrifices. She captured the yearning of a country to come together just as we needed to stay apart. And she invoked those British values that I want to finish with, Mr. Speaker. The attributes of self-discipline, of quiet, good-humoured resolve, and of fellow feeling still characterise this country. The words she used to describe us, but the words so many of us have used to describe her. And that's why she was so important to us, because she embodied the values that we want to see still as British: the resilience, the strength, the kindness, the fairness, the common decency, the determined optimism that things will get better because we will make them so, and that selfless duty to commitment to public service. She held up a mirror to our nation of what we want to be. She may not be the forever Queen that I still believed in at that Silver Jubilee, but those values that she stood up for were forever values, and those are her legacy now.
Yeah. Amanda Milling.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts and prayers, and those of my Cannock Chase constituents, are with His Majesty the King and all the royal family who have lost a much-loved mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. For us, we've lost a Queen who dutifully served our country through every high and low that we have faced. From war to the pandemic, Her late Majesty has remained the constant, providing quiet but steadfast leadership and showing that whatever we face, our great country can come together. I, like many members of this House, had the real privilege to meet the Queen. The first time I met the Queen was when I was appointed Deputy Chief Whip. We've heard from several former whips during these tributes about the various duties that are undertaken. My first meeting with the Queen was for wand swapping, the exchange of the wands of office between the outgoing and the incoming deputy. Mr. Speaker, now members who know me well in this House will know that I'm not known for being very quiet, but I was so nervous. I was really worried I was going to mess up all the protocols. So, ahead of going in, I just went totally silent. And there were colleagues and friends there, including my right honourable friend, the member for Pudsey. He was a bit baffled and turned around and went, "Gosh, where's Amanda gone?" But as many members have remarked on, she had an amazing ability to put you at ease, including that smile. The length and breadth of our country, the Queen was loved and admired, including in Cannock Chase. But this love and admiration stretched across the world, something that I personally saw on overseas visits. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this is true for our overseas territories, a number of which I've visited in the past year. Whether, Mr. Speaker, in a snowstorm at Goose Green in the Falklands, where we both were, or in the heat of Anguilla, you could not help being moved every time the national anthem was played. You could see and feel the admiration felt by the people of the overseas territories. For those of us in this place, we chose to go into public life because we want to make our great country better for those that we serve. And in Her late Majesty, we could not have had a better example to follow. Her unparalleled record of public service stood as an inspiration. We have been lucky to have her wise counsel and calm leadership over the past 70 years. For the country and around the world, Her late Majesty was a figurehead for all that the United Kingdom represents. I offer His Majesty the King and his family my heartfelt condolences and the condolences of my Cannock Chase constituents. As we all mourn the loss of Queen Elizabeth II, we know that His Majesty the King had an excellent mentor and he will continue her great legacy. God save the King.
Sir George Howarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Her Majesty the Queen embodied a shining example of duty, a sympathy and understanding of the people of our country and the Commonwealth and beyond, an exceptional good judgment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to confess that I've not always felt supportive of the principle of the monarchy. As a young local councillor, I once attended a function at which the loyal toast to the Queen was proposed. Foolishly, I declined to take part, remaining firmly in my seat. My non-participation led to comment in our local paper and a strong backlash from the people I represented. I learned two lessons from that episode. The first was that unnecessary courting of controversy was not a good thing to do. And secondly, that the people held our constitutional monarchy and the Queen in particular in enormous respect and affection. One question I was asked at the time was, so what is your alternative? And I have to confess I struggled to find an answer. By the time I was elected to this House more than a decade later, I'd come to the view that Her Majesty and the monarchy were a much valued part of our national life. Her dedication and sense of duty in the ensuing years has served to strongly confirm me in that view.
Rand Shapps.
Mr. Speaker, like many in this House, I had the opportunity to both meet and speak to the Queen on numerous different occasions, but unfortunately the relationship didn't start particularly auspiciously. I was invited to Buckingham Palace for what other members will know is an ancient and complex process of becoming a Privy Councillor, so complicated that I was called to a side room with 5 colleagues to have the process explained. It seemed that we would enter into a large hall in Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty would stand at one end, and we were told we would kneel on red cushions, going back some distance on our right knees, holding a Bible in our right hands. Then we would switch that to our left hands, then take the sovereign's hand with our right hand and brush her hand, and then stand and say, "Your Majesty." Brush her hand. Was that an instruction to brush her hand with my hand or my sleeve or a handkerchief? And as about I was to ask, we were called in to the actual performance of the great ceremony itself. No matter, I thought. I was 5th in the line to become a Privy Councillor. I would watch my colleagues, each of whom were swearing on the New Testament. I'm Jewish, I was swearing on the Old Testament. I was at the back of this line, I would watch what was happening. Unfortunately, as we went into this very large hallway, it was so long that I couldn't see what was happening, the ceremony at the front. And as I got closer, the field of view narrowed and the girth of my colleague in front of me widened. And I still couldn't see what brushing the hand actually entailed. And now, with palpitations and nervously, I knelt in front of Her Majesty the Queen on the red cushion right before her. I switched the Bible, the Pentateuch, from the right to the left hand, stretched out my right hand. She stretched out her bare, ungloved right hand, and to my surprise, moved it towards my face. It moved towards my lips. I pursed my lips. It stuck. And then, in what felt like an age, she was trying to pull it away, and then suddenly, her hand pulled away. I wanted the ground beneath me in Buckingham Palace to swallow me whole, but I remembered to stand up. "Your Majesty," I quavered. She looked me right in the eyes with those wonderful, sparkling eyes, and as if both to acknowledge what had happened and also to forgive me in one turn. She said, "Yes." Mr. Speaker, we never spoke of it again. God save the King.
Siobhan MacDonald.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I never expected to be called so early. I was so enjoying everybody's contribution. I rise to pay my respects on behalf of my constituents in Mitcham and Morden, who, like the rest of our country and Commonwealth, are united in mourning. So much has been said in this House, and indeed from pubs to podiums around the world, and yet such is the magnitude of the moment that it still feels like there is so much left to say. Queen Elizabeth was the historic figurehead of modern times, a leader, a female leader, may I say, so incomparably devoted to her service and her people. As the longest reigning monarch, she has been ever present, a constant figure of reassurance throughout all our lives. Perhaps that is why the grief feels so personal for so many. Her Majesty's leadership transcended generations. She navigated a century of societal changes from her coronation in post-war Britain to every move of her reign televised globally and across social media. It was this insight that best shared her wonderful sense of humour, with treasured memories of Olympic ceremony skydives and more recently of afternoon tea and teacup drumming with Paddington Bear. She truly was a leader for all ages, respected and admired by young and old. Other members have spoken at length of her dedication and duty. It was this work ethic that I admired most. with her service continuing quite literally until the end as she welcomed her 15th and final Prime Minister just days before her death. What a remarkable drive she had. I suspect there must have been many times through 7 decades of service when a stiff upper lip was required, but even in the darkest hours she steadfastly believed that you just have to keep going, a quality of true leadership. Her Majesty had an unrivalled ability to unite even at times of deepest division. Perhaps that's why we trusted her. She was our great nation's guide through good times and bad. As a country, we looked to her for reassurance, and most recently in the coronavirus lockdowns. And when she said that we would meet again, we trusted the century of experience that she was drawing upon. Her Platinum Jubilee showed the love that our country had for her and sparked a togetherness, community and patriotism that she consistently inspired. She was so proud of her country and Commonwealth, and we were so proud of her. So we say thank you for 70 years of service, stewardship and extraordinary stoicism. May she rest in peace.
Sir John Redmond.
Mr. Speaker, we meet together in mourning. And once again, our late Queen has united the nation. But this time, unfortunately, she has united us in grief at our common sense of loss. We here in Parliament suspend our differences, our party and our political views, because something so large has happened. That constant in our national life, who has always been our Queen, is no more. And all those of us here who are all privileged to have supporting roles in public life have learned a great deal from observing just how well the Queen carried out all her public service over the years. Everyone here has met her at invitation at Buckingham Palace or at a national event in London, or maybe hosted her in their constituency. Some of us had the honour on many occasions to be with her and see her. And I think what always came across to all of us is just how much she respected every person and every institution that she visited. And she showed that respect by impeccable manners and great courtesy. Always on time, always properly briefed, always appropriately dressed for the occasion. But as so many have said from their personal experiences, there was something so much more than this. She was not just the consummate professional at those public events, but that there was the warmth, spirit, the personality, and above all, that understanding that everyone else at that event was terrified that something was going to go wrong, or that they hadn't understood the protocol, or that there was some magic way of doing it, as my right honourable friend was explaining, that they had to get right. But in the public events, the Queen always relaxed people and showed them there was no right way, because she was there for the people, she was there for the institution, she was there for the event, and that is what we can learn from. Now, of course, she was also our Majesty. She was the embodiment of the sovereignty of people and Parliament. She represented us so well abroad, and she represented us at home, knowing that as a constitutional monarch, she represented us when we were united. She spoke for those times when we were gloriously happy and celebrating, or she spoke for those times when there was misery and gloom, and she had to deal with our grief and point to the better tomorrow. That was why she held that sovereignty so well and for so long. A constitutional monarch who did not exercise the power but captured the public mood, who managed to deal with factious and difficult parliaments and different political leaders, but who was above the politics and meant that our constitution was safe in her hands. I wish her son and the new king every success in following that great lead, as he has told us he will do, and can with others say today, God save the King.
Yeah. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very humbling to follow so many great speeches. On my own behalf and on behalf of my Edinburgh South West constituents, I too am rising to honour the memory of our late Queen. Much has been said of her dedication and her service, but I want to concentrate on her love of Scotland and the love of many Scots for her. Because the Queen died at Balmoral and is to be taken first to the Palace of Holyrood House and then to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, Scotland will be the centre of the world's attention over the next few days. This is breaking with tradition, but these were the Queen's wishes and Scotland is honoured by them. The last monarch to die in Scotland was James V, who died at Falkland in 1542. He was, of course, the father of Mary, Queen of Scots, and it was her son, James VI, who presided over the union of the crowns. Mary, Queen of Scots, is the ancestor of all the Stuarts and indeed all the Hanoverians who followed. Elizabeth Stuart, the daughter of James VI, married one of the German electors, and with the demise of the last Stuart monarch in 1714, Elizabeth's grandson succeeded to the British throne. That's the Hanoverian line, and it can be traced directly back to Scotland's Stuarts. Our late Queen was keenly aware of this. Perhaps that's why she chose Stuart names for her first two children, Charles and Anne. And of course, her mother was a Scot. In 1953, after her coronation, the first place our late Queen visited was Edinburgh, and throughout her reign she returned to Scotland for important events, and indeed she chose my country to be centre stage during state visits. In 1962, she chose Scotland for the state visit of the King of Norway, and in 2010, very memorably for many people of my faith, she chose Holyrood for the state visit of Pope Benedict XVI. And of course, she officially opened Scotland's Parliament when it was reconvened in 1999. Our late Queen, I believe, embodied the union of the English and the Scottish crowns, which of course is quite different from the union of the Parliaments and predates it by over 100 years. At a time of change, there are many in my country, particularly younger people, who might prefer a republic to a constitutional monarchy, but that did not in any way prevent the affection our late Queen held for Scotland from being returned in equal measure. Sadly, I never had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, the Queen of Scots, but earlier this year I did have the privilege of meeting our new King. We spoke of Scotland and I was left in no doubt that he shared his mother's abiding love of my country. So before I resume my seat, in honour of his late mother, I want to recite just a few words of Burns' poetry, which I believe may be a favourite of the King. Farewell to the mountains, high covered with snow. Farewell to the straths and green valleys below. Farewell to the forests and wild hanging woods. Farewell to the torrents and loud pouring floods. My heart's in the highlands, my heart is not here. My heart's in the highlands a chasing the deer. Chasing the wild deer and following the roe. My heart's in the highlands wherever I go. May she rest in peace.
Andrew Mitchell.
For all the pomp and tradition, Her late Majesty's true magic was in her humility. She did not need a gilded throne or royal regalia to touch people. It was in her smile, her poise, her natural charm, understated yet reassuring, the best of Britain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this brief tribute on behalf of the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, a royal town now for 494 years, who at this sad time unite with the rest of the country in shared sorrow. The Queen's visit to the 9th World Scout Jamboree held in Sutton Park in 1957 is still remembered by my older constituents, as she came to join in the celebrations for the 50th anniversary of Scouting and had lunch in our magnificent town hall. And Mr. Speaker, I have never visited a primary school where one of the first questions hasn't been, have you met the Queen? I had the privilege and good fortune to meet the Queen when I was her International Development Secretary. Like millions around the world, I will never forget every second of those meetings. She was intensely interested in the less developed members of the Commonwealth. She was the reason the Commonwealth not only survived, it flourished and grew, reaching out to unexpected parts of the world, with Rwanda enthusiastically joining. And at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in June this year in Rwanda, I watched the binding power of the monarchy as the King, as he now is, spoke on behalf of Her late Majesty of the ideals and values she inspired and to which so many nations now aspire. In Kigali, the capital of one of the Commonwealth's youngest countries, The national flag and the flag of the East African community are today flying at half-mast and will continue to do so until the Queen's funeral. I also remember travelling for many hours in Uganda to the hospital in Masaka, run by an 80-year-old sister of the Medical Missionaries of Mary, who had recently received the OBE from the Queen for her 50 years of service. And in the hospital entrance hung a huge picture of the President of Uganda, Mr. Museveni, alongside an equally huge one of Her Majesty, the head of the Commonwealth. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, we will hold a service of remembrance in our town church, Holy Trinity, followed by a reading of today's proclamation. And we will mourn the loss of our great Queen, who meant so much to us all.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like other members, my main memories of Her late Majesty the Queen are of visits to my constituency. In 1987, I was chair of Newham Council's Planning Committee, and I negotiated with Molan's the terms of its planning permission for London City Airport. I attended the opening by Her Majesty in November 1987. It was pointed out that the terminal at the airport was on the site from which her grandfather had opened the King George V dock in 1921, 66 years before. The airport was controversial locally. It turned out that most local residents, still smarting from the economic damage of the closure of the docks 10 years earlier, welcomed the jobs it was bringing. But some were very unhappy, understandably, about living with the noise of the planes. On the day of the airport opening, there was a small demonstration. The airport management, rightly wanting to avoid unnecessary ill-feeling, invited half a dozen demonstrators inside and gave them the chance to meet the Queen and to set out their case. When it came to their turn, the residents explained their fears about aircraft noise. The Queen listened very carefully to what they had to say, and then she replied, "I know exactly what you mean. You should hear the noise at Windsor Castle of the jets coming in to land at Heathrow." The Prime Minister said yesterday that Her late Majesty had a unique ability to transcend difference and heal division. Well, that's what she did on that occasion. Her off-the-cuff response transformed the situation, arriving as disgruntled outsiders. The residents, by the time they'd left, were insiders who'd shared a moment of recognition and warmth with their head of state. The rancour between the objectors and the airport was, I think, permanently eased. The day after the opening ceremony for London 2012, which was a Saturday, when you might have thought that after the night before, the then 86-year-old monarch would have been entitled to a day off, the Queen returned to London City Airport to mark its 25th anniversary. Other memorable visits included, in her Golden Jubilee tour, her visit to Green Street, the most successful Asian shopping street in the country, we claim, where she was greeted by enthusiastic women in colourful saris waving Union Jacks, creating wonderful photographs in the Daily Mail the next day. And we always remember her opening what we now call Newham University Hospital in December 1983. Her reign, Mr. Speaker, was 7 decades. Those treasured memories will last for many decades still.
Debbie Green.
Like many others, I suspect, my initial reaction on hearing of the Queen's death was not just sadness and regret, but a peculiar sense of uncertainty. How could the world continue without this magnificent woman playing a central role in the background of all our lives? But also, like many others, I was lucky and privileged enough to meet the Queen a number of times and can add to the testimonies of many other members about her warmth, kindness, vast depth of knowledge, absolutely razor-sharp mind, and fabulously dry sense of humour. And my best evidence of the latter was another Privy Council meeting, not, I'm happy to report to my right honourable friend from Welling Hatfield, his. But as he said, a council takes place whenever a new member is appointed. And this involves, as we've heard, a lot of kneeling, moving, kneeling again, holding a Bible, kissing, and talking. Now, politicians are good at words, but many of them are not very good at choreography. And I vividly remember one meeting where somebody got it wrong, badly wrong. There was chaos. My right honourable friend was nothing on that. As you can imagine, this provoked silent but extreme hilarity and glee among all the close friends of this poor wretch who was getting it very, very badly wrong. And I looked across, and the Queen's face was completely impassive. But the look in her eyes told me that the person biting their tongue hardest in that room was Her Majesty. One of her greatest personal attributes was that despite being royal all her life and a monarch for 70 years, she didn't have a trace of self-regarding pomposity. But her many personal attributes were not enough to make her a great leader. She had so much more than that to give. Particularly, she had a genius for necessary reform, for taking an ancient institution of huge importance and changing it little by little so that it stayed relevant in fast-moving times. She enabled the monarchy to remain ancient and modern. It's an extraordinary historic achievement. And even in the last 48 hours, we've seen that the new king is proceeding on the same path. The television of the Accession Council, the unexpected walkabout at Buckingham Palace yesterday. These tell us that King Charles will both preserve the traditions of the monarchy while keeping it fit for the 21st century and beyond. So we can be assured that we will continue to have a people's monarchy. There can be no greater tribute to the late Queen and no better platform for the new king that we can say with great confidence, God save the king.
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many of us are trying to find the words to describe the reign of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Many of us have eloquently, philosophically, emotionally, and even poetically alluded to her legacy and her reign. But despite all the great words we have had to say, or will say, we all fall short, not because of lack of words or heartfelt emotion to speak on this momentous occasion, but because even our greatest words fall short in doing justice to the life, legacy, and the reign of this extraordinary monarch. We look around the world and we realise that these are not just sombre moments for the people of Britain or the Commonwealth, but for the entire world. Indeed, the words of President Macron of France, which eloquently stated, "To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen," highlights how she was a worldly figure that existed beyond the nations and realms, in the hearts of all people from across the world. She was a unified monarch who brought together people in a way that was unique only to her. This is why, when we look across our nation at the sadness and the grief people and communities are feeling, we see that people of all races, of all religions and all communities are united in the devotion and heartfelt emotion they are showing at the passing of their Queen. This unified attachment to Her Majesty did not just appear out of nowhere, but was directly a symbol she expressed throughout her reign. In 1952, in her first Christmas broadcast, at a time when inclusion and diversity were very much unseen in society, she addressed the nations and asked that people, whatever their religion may be, to pray for her and her reign. The same message of inclusivity and diversity we heard yesterday from our new king, King Charles III. In the same way, despite Her Majesty keeping her views close to her heart, it was obvious to see her deep-felt connection to the Commonwealth and to justice. By the summer of 1986, it was widely known about the Queen's apparent objection to the then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher for Britain's refusal to place sanctions on apartheid South Africa. It is no wonder that her favourite African leader was Nelson Mandela, who she held a deep friendship with until he sadly passed. On a more local front, the Queen took several visits and was welcomed by the people of Bradford throughout her 70-year reign. 18 months after her coronation, on her nationwide tour, she visited Bradford, marking the city's first royal visit since 1942. The Queen visited Bradford Park Avenue during this trip and was sang to by 30,000 school children. On behalf of all my constituents, I hope I can today express their thoughts, feelings and condolences to the royal family at this difficult time. As one era comes to an end, we pray for the next. As a woman of faith, I admired Her Majesty as she was a person of deep faith and belief. And I end the words of the great Muslim poet Rumi. He says, "You are not a drop in the ocean, you are an entire ocean in a drop." Her Majesty was an ocean in her kindness, selflessness and humour, and she made herself a drop through her humbleness, sense of duty and service to her people. God save our King.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in the town of Royal Tunbridge Wells and the wider borough of Tunbridge Wells loved Her late Majesty, and on behalf of us all, I express our gratitude for her life of service. In Royal Tunbridge Wells, we have a very special connection through Mr. Harry Collins, who for 22 years has been the personal jeweller to Her late Majesty, responsible for the care of her jewels and for designing and making some of the new pieces that have been so admired around the world during that time. I had coffee with Mr. Collins this morning, and his devotion to Her late Majesty is absolute, and he is much too discreet to break any confidences. But I did read, however, that his appointment survived, having fallen flat on top of one of the Queen's corgis when attempting to follow protocol by walking backwards during one of his early consultations. Now, one of the high points of my life was, as many right honourable members have expressed, was meeting Her Majesty to be sworn in to the Privy Council for the first time, as I was in 2010. And we've heard already this morning and yesterday some of the hazards of that. And it is so overwhelming is that moment that I understand that men have suddenly been moved to curtsy in front of Her Majesty. And otherwise capable people have swayed on the footstool while trying to kneel on one knee, holding up a Bible in one hand, and to recite the oath at the same time. And of course, the one person who didn't mind, as has been said, was Her Majesty herself, who put everyone at their ease. So one of the reasons that I will always be grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, is in reappointing me to the Cabinet again this summer, I was able to swear the oath of office to Her Majesty in person herself on the 8th of July at Windsor Castle. And when I shook Her Majesty's hand, I was greeted with the most dazzling 1,000-watt smile, sparkling eyes that suggested that she was absolutely thrilled to see me. Now, I strongly suspect, Mr. Speaker, that Her Majesty's demeanour did not reflect the fulfilment of a 3-year hope that the Prime Minister would restore me to office. Instead, it showed that at the age of 96, on a hot summer's afternoon, Her Majesty still recognised that for everyone she met, it was a moment that they would treasure forever. And in a second, it revealed her personal kindness and adherence to the highest of standards right to the last. Across the world, over 70 years, hundreds of thousands of people have been treated with such kindness and thoughtfulness by Her Majesty the Queen. Her life was one of constant, devoted and selfless service. We are blessed that she reigned over us. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Come on, Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had, like many, the great privilege of meeting the Queen as a member of the Privy Council, Defence Minister and a member of this House. I remember the first time I met her, not long after being first elected to this House in 2001. A number of us were invited to meet Her Majesty, and you can imagine we were all very nervous and apprehensive about the visit. But as many have said in these tributes, that once we met her, she made us feel at ease. She asked questions about our backgrounds and was interested in our constituencies. The other thing that struck me, Mr. Speaker, was I think an encyclopedic knowledge of different parts of the United Kingdom. Mention has already been made in these tributes to a dedication to our armed forces. And it wasn't simply because she was head of the armed forces, it's because she was a real devotion, an understanding of their role. I think that came from somebody who'd served herself. But I've got to say, Mr. Speaker, it went beyond that. And I think the best example I can give is when I was Veterans Minister, was a decision to award the Elizabeth Cross in 2009 to the next of kin of those who'd lost loved ones in the service of their country. And can I just attest, this was not a popular decision among certain parts of the establishment. But for me, what it showed about her was that she recognised the important role of families play and continue to play in supporting those who we asked to serve in the members of our armed forces. For many of us, including many of my North Durham constituents, the Queen has been that constant presence in our lives, in what we all know has been and continues to be an increasingly changing world. But she had those two things that I think are important. Dedication to service were the central tenets of her reign. And some in this cynical age may dismiss them as being old-fashioned and part of a bygone age. But I would disagree with that, because the cynicism of those that aim to divide us, I think, need reminding of what she used and led by example, in saying that we are individuals, we have differences, but if we work together, despite those differences, it makes us all stronger. Yesterday we sat in this chamber and listened to our new King's address to the nation. What is clear, despite his grief and the huge responsibility which now rests on his shoulders, that dedication and duty to service will continue, which was so excellently exemplified by the late Queen. God save the King.
Sir Jeremy Wright. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to have this opportunity to offer my condolences, those of my family and of my constituents, to His Majesty the King and to the royal family, and to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. As with many others, I was privileged to meet her a number of times, and it was easy to be intimidated by what she was, but never by who she was. With the authority, there was always great warmth. Mr. Speaker, we've heard many eloquent tributes in the last 48 hours, but perhaps none have been quite so eloquent as the faces of the people we have all seen on the streets. Those faces show the struggle of her subjects to reconcile the feelings of grief, gratitude, and pride we all share for the life and work of our late Queen. Grief because of the scale of our national loss, but also more personally because we relied on her constancy to anchor our own lives, to an extent that many of us are only now beginning to realise. Grief too because we no longer have the remarkable individual fulfilling this uniquely challenging role. The task of modern monarchy looks impossible. To encapsulate all that is good about a nation, a family of nations, and to celebrate its diversity while drawing it together. To be looked to set the tone at every moment of collective joy and disaster, and also to share the best and worst moments of your own life with the country and with the world. And in meeting that challenge, Queen Elizabeth II was a breathtaking example of servant leadership for 70 years, making the impossible look effortless and maintaining an irrepressible sense of humour throughout. And it is for that leadership that we feel such gratitude among our sadness, delivered by this most exemplary of British monarchs in the most British of styles, with resilience and dignity and without drama or fuss, with service to others as a primary and persistent vocation, however hard the task or the events of her own life. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, not always happy, but always glorious. And, Mr. Speaker, this was majesty indeed. And so we are also proud that we were privileged to live in this second Elizabethan age, proud that for so much of our recent history, our nation was personified by the monarch we mourn today. Her loss is great, but her legacy is greater. A country, a people, and a commonwealth immeasurably better for her long and faithful service to us all. Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is an honour to be paying tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth on behalf of my constituents in North East Fife in this place. And as a relatively new MP, it is easy to feel overwhelmed by the history of this place and the events that it has seen, and never more so than today when considering the Queen's life, of her dedication and of her work. I feel, as I know many do, unanchored. We were all Elizabethans, for the majority of us without realisation or acknowledgement. And no matter our views on the monarchy, the Queen was there, our constant through ever-changing times. We have seen both a jolting and an imperceptible change in the filter of our lives. QC to KC, future King's speeches that will take place in this speech, the singing of God Save the King. Given the current line of succession, it is unlikely that any one of us here will see a reigning Queen again in our lifetimes. Now, like other members, I want to pay tribute to the Queen's service, her dedication to the nations of the UK and the Commonwealth and to their citizens, and her commitment to her people, because for us in Scotland, she was our Queen of Scots, the Scots as a people, and we know her love of Scotland as a place of beauty, escape and of peace. And I trust that she found some of that beauty and peace on her visits to North East Fife. Fife is known as the Kingdom of Fife, recognising its religious and royal heritage, including that of St Andrews, named for our nation's patron saint, and of Falkland, whose palace is closely associated with that of another Queen of Scots, Mary. Her first and last visits were both to Leuchars military base, where in 2018, as their Colonel-in-Chief, she presented the Scots Dragoon Guards with a new standard. Visits in between took in the broad spectrum of meeting with the communities of East Neuk, the former Royal Borough of Cooper and beyond, and to visiting the ancient University of St Andrews, a place of recent family significance. And I wish the Queen's granddaughter, Lady Louise, well as she commences her studies there, and I hope that she finds comfort in our town. The breadth of her engagements within North East Fife reflect her life, from leading her armed services to hearing from the smallest of children. Now, as a primary child of the 80s, the Queen meant brownie promises and royal weddings, with the Queen off centre as a happy and proud parent. I never had the privilege of meeting the Queen. My only connection is I was one of the last babies christened by the Reverend Keith Angus before he went to Crathy Kirk to become the Queen's chaplain in Scotland. It's been wonderful to hear from those members who have met her. The twinkle in the eye has come through strongly, although I've always wondered if, like Paddington, she could subject ministers to a very hard stare. I saw her once in person at the last Queen's speech she attended in this place, which took place during COVID. She processed past me down the Royal Gallery, supported by her son, our now King. And I conclude by saying that he and the rest of the royal family are in the thoughts and prayers of my constituents and I. God save the King.
Sir Charles Walker.
Mr Speaker, Broxbourne mourns the death of Her Majesty the Queen, but it celebrates her life of selfless service. Mr Speaker, quite simply, I join my constituents now in saying, God save the King.
Right. That was far too quick. Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of my constituents of Eltham and myself, I would like to send my deepest sympathies to His Royal Highness King Charles III and his family on the passing of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. I think over the last few days we've identified a new syndrome, and I think it will be studied for years. I think it's the Queen Elizabeth II syndrome, because I felt I would be sorry for the nation at losing its head of state. I thought I'd be very sympathetic and sorry for the family losing a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother, but I did not expect, I must admit, to feel such a deep personal sense of loss, and I know others have expressed a same feeling. And if we reflect on the images that mould us, that make us British, if you like, and conjure those images to mind, it's the Queen's image that stands out most prominent. And if you think of those characteristics that we would associate with Britishness, strength, fairness, dignity, dedication, determination, duty, tradition, charity, those are all attributes that you would associate with the Queen in the way that she performed her task as our monarch. Characteristics she applied both home and abroad. She was the embodiment of how we would want to be seen in the world. Her longevity in her role gave her a deep knowledge and understanding of global politics and its personalities, which no other country benefited from. She saw politicians come and go. She reigned over 15 prime ministers, which is over a quarter of the prime ministers we've ever had. Similarly with presidents, so 13 presidents and 6 popes. She was determined to lead by example each and every time she stepped out in public. The generation that she comes from, the war generation, is a tough generation. Her experience of that gave her the insight to know exactly what message we needed during the COVID pandemic. She knew through our collective endeavour that we would get through. And that beacon that she set at the end of the road, which I think will be etched forever in the rock of our nation, we will meet again. Her generation knew loss in the darkest of hours, and her dedication to duty told her that at her darkest of times, she must lead by example. And she sat alone, wearing a mask, obeying the rules, at her husband's funeral. I don't think I admired her more at any other time. She didn't waver in her duty. And it's not fair to say to those that will follow that we won't see her like again. Our king has a hard act to follow. So I say, God help the king.
Hurry up, Baldwin.
It is with great humility and sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in West Worcestershire. When we think of the sadness that we are feeling, we can only imagine how much grief her family members must be feeling, and we send them our heartfelt condolences. I think so many of us had hoped that Her late Majesty would live to reach her 100th birthday like her mother did, and that she would have to make the decision as to whether or not she sent herself a telegram. But during her reign, Her late Majesty made 4 official visits to Worcestershire, most recently during her Diamond Jubilee tour, when she opened her faithful city of Worcester's new library, The Hive, and it was an honour to meet her on that occasion. On her first visit to Worcestershire in 1957 as the reigning Queen, she came to Malvern to see the Royal Radar establishment and Malvern College, because radar was invented in Malvern and had played such an important role in us winning the Second World War. And as many colleagues have said, she took a particular interest in our working here in Parliament, invited all new MPs to meet her after the election in 2010. And it was at that occasion that I learned of her fondness for Malvern water. And since then, I think many of us have always thought that perhaps it was Malvern water that had given Her Majesty her wonderful complexion and also helped her enjoy such a long life. Many tributes have made clear how close her relationship has been with this Parliament. But as chair of the British group in the Interparliamentary Union, I wish to highlight her role supporting international parliamentary democracy, human rights, and the rule of law around the world. The Interparliamentary Union brings together almost the whole of the world's parliamentarians, and as our head of state, she opened 3 of the organisation's conferences in London, in 1957, in 1975, and notably the centenary conference of the IPU in 1989. And as she addressed those hundreds of parliamentarians from around the world, she underlined the core values of multilateralism, the importance of bringing parliamentarians together to find peaceful methods of solving disputes and to understand each other. So let this time of grieving reinforce the wisdom that lasting peace must come through words. Our late Queen is now at peace, and in the words of our daily prayer in this chamber, may she attain everlasting joy and felicity. God save the King.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to rise in this debate to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on my own behalf, but also particularly importantly on behalf of my constituents in Harrow West. The Queen was a remarkable monarch, loved and admired, as many in this House have already underlined, across our great country and indeed across the world. As a result, I have not been surprised by the depth, the warmth and the sheer volume of heartfelt messages that my constituents have shared about the Queen's life and their sense of loss at her passing. Harrow, indeed, was the first borough created by the Queen after her coronation in 1953. And that is probably the most important of the many reasons why we have always been the most important part of London ever since. She visited our borough many times, many school visits in particular, and to celebrate the borough's Golden Jubilee in 2004, and was always enormously well received. I had the privilege too of meeting her, as others have done, on a couple of occasions, once as a new Member of Parliament at a reception in Buckingham Palace for young achievers, which is probably the nearest I've ever come to being a rising star. And I met her too as a minister in the Foreign Office. And what was obvious on that occasion, and indeed in the many conversations that I had with ministers across the Commonwealth and the globe, was the enormous respect in which she was held, and her quiet work receiving and meeting diplomats and the leaders of the countries with whom our country needed to engage with was always enormously well received and hugely important. Indeed, many of my constituents who have links to India and to Pakistan or to across East Africa, in particular Tanzania, Kenya and Uganda, or those with links to West Africa, such as those with background in Ghana, and of course those with a background in the Caribbean, talk of the immense respect they have at a personal level, but also of the immense respect that their families and relations back home in their countries also have too. Hers was a remarkable life, Mr. Speaker. 70 years of phenomenal public service as our monarch. Her skills, her constancy, and her considerable diplomatic efforts helped underline and enhance the greatness of our country. And the warmth of the tributes from leaders across the globe, from across the Commonwealth and across Europe, and indeed from the President of the United States, have only underlined her importance to our country too. God save the Queen. God save the Queen, and God save the King.
Yeah. Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be able to give a tribute on behalf of the people of the Cotswolds with their many connections with the royal family. Ever since Her Majesty the Queen made that public broadcast when she was only just 21, pledging a whole life of service to the nation, she has honoured that to the full. She ruled unstintingly for over 7 decades, bolstered by her sense of duty, Christian faith, and, as others have said, her sense of humour. The rock, the constant for the nation, always wise and comforting counsel. The first British monarch to visit Northern Ireland for 100 years, to visit the Republic of Ireland for 100 years, and West Germany in 1965, she was indeed a world-class diplomat. She was an important leader of the Commonwealth, as my honourable friend has said, and during her reign, the Commonwealth has increased from 7 members to 56 countries, a legacy which we should strive to build on. A true countrywoman, she liked nothing better than to ride on her horse in her earlier days or walk her dogs. She took a keen interest in nature and understood agriculture. She loved horse racing. The Queen visited Cirencester in 1963 to view the revamp of the marketplace. She then visited the Royal International Air Institute at Fairford to celebrate the RAF's 90th anniversary in 2008. She was one of the most influential and important figures in the 20th and the 21st century, a truly great Queen who united all in every part of this nation, the Commonwealth and beyond. Our sympathies go out to all members of the royal family. She's now at peace with her beloved husband, Prince Philip. God save the King.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak on behalf of my constituents in Worsley and Eccles South to say, first, that we are deeply saddened by the death of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. She has been the monarch throughout my lifetime, and this loss feels like losing a member of my own family. She was devoted to the service of the nation for 70 years, and she served our country and the Commonwealth with great commitment, deep devotion and dignity. My constituency of Worsley and Eccles South lies within the city of Salford. One of our most famous artists, L.S. Lowry, was one of the official artists at the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II in 1953. His classic work from this momentous day is called The Procession Passing the Queen Victoria Memorial. In October 2000, the late Queen officially opened the Lowry Theatre and Art Gallery in Salford. During her visit, the Queen greeted staff and volunteers from the Lowry and spoke to local school children who had created an exhibition of photographs about life in Salford. His Royal Highness Prince Philip was the first Chancellor of the University of Salford, and the Queen supported him in his role as a dedicated and active Chancellor during his 24-year tenure at the university. In 2012, during her Diamond Jubilee tour, the late Queen opened Media City, the home of the BBC and ITV Granada in the north, as well as other media service companies, and the media base of the University of Salford. And it was an honour for me to meet the Queen on that occasion. The late Queen's last visit to Salford was in July last year. She met actors and members of the production staff at the Coronation Street set in Media City in celebration of the show's 60th anniversary. Now, as the Shadow Minister for Civil Society, I know that many charities hold the late Queen Elizabeth II in very high esteem. She was the patron of over 600 charities, military associations, professional bodies, and public service organisations, and tributes have been pouring in from many of these over the last couple of days. The late Queen's patronages cover every area of the charity and voluntary sector, from charities for young people to the preservation of wildlife and the environment. The values she possessed of selfless public service, compassion, and leadership encompass the spirit of our civil society. In her Christmas message of 2016, Her late Majesty talked of drawing strength from ordinary people doing extraordinary things, volunteers, carers, community organisers. And she said, "On our own, we cannot end wars or wipe out injustice, but the cumulative impact of thousands of small acts of goodness can be bigger than we imagine." Her own thousands of acts of goodness will be remembered for generations. I know her legacy will continue to live on in the thousands of charities and the volunteers dedicated to supporting communities across the UK and around the world, and that King Charles III will continue the traditions of selfless public service, compassion, and leadership. God save the King.
Yeah. Dr. Julian.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Towards the end of yesterday's proceedings, participants were encouraged to avoid repeating the points of their predecessors. This is no easy task when such unanimity prevails. Now, some members of this House clearly had far more contact with Her Majesty than others. Yet it's natural that so many of us wish to record our tributes to the outstanding monarch of the modern age, not simply for ourselves, but on behalf of tens of thousands of constituents who also adored her. One reason for that adoration was the Queen's accessibility. The Lymington Times has helpfully listed 4 notable visits she paid to our part of Hampshire, including in 1979 to mark the 900th anniversary of the New Forest, and 2012 as part of her Diamond Jubilee tour. Multiply those visits by well over 600 constituencies, and the scale of her efforts on visits alone is seen to be colossal. New Forest East was formed before the 1997 general election, and as its first MP, I described to the House how even so beautiful an area had been touched and toughened by the impact of war. Princess Elizabeth's formative years were similarly shaped and strengthened by that ordeal. Her family's involvement with the services, already so strong, could only increase. Whilst others directed the operations of the military, the allegiance of those forces was to her and her alone. This is more than symbolic. It's an essential guarantee of the constitutional independence of the military. I'm very fortunate to represent so many people with past, present, or potential service in the armed forces of the Crown. One such constituent, my partner's father, received his Distinguished Flying Cross from the hands of the Queen as long ago as 1955 during the Malayan emergency. He was struck by the depth of her knowledge even then. It went far beyond the formalities of an investiture. We can truly be thankful that at the top of society, she chose to be its servant. She adapted to change, yet always seemed the same. She did her duty unfailingly and was, in short, an inspiration to the nation.
West Street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to follow so many others in rising to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of the people of Ilford North and the London Borough of Redbridge. The depth of our sorrow reflects in part the length of her reign, her lifetime of service and duty, and the devotion she gave to her family, our country, and our Commonwealth, but it also reflects how special the woman beneath the crown was, at once the head of our royal family, and yet able to touch the hearts of every family in the land. East London holds a special place for the royal family in our hearts. During the Second World War, King George VI and his family stayed in London during the Blitz and visited families whose lives and livelihoods had been devastated by the Nazi onslaught. The then Princess Elizabeth visited Ilford to see those affected by the bombing on the day after VE Day in 1945, and returned again in 1949 to see the 1,000th council home that had been built by Attlee's government. She is said to have remarked, and I quote, "Of all the houses and estates I have visited, Ilford's are the best." She also visited a care home where one elderly resident was so thrilled to meet the princess that they immediately burst into tears of happiness. I saw a similar outpouring of emotion when the Queen visited Ilford again for her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, where she unveiled a plaque to the dry garden created in her honour in Valentine's Park, which spoke to the great challenge of climate change, a cause close to the heart of our dear King. One resident told the Ilford Recorder, "We have always read about queens and princesses in the storybooks. To have the Queen in our neighbourhood, it's like a dream come true." A dream come true. It's a sentiment I can't imagine being elicited by a mere president, and one that was certainly elicited with no effort from Her Majesty the Queen, and it hardly seems real that that dream has ended. We are privileged to have lived in the second Elizabethan age. Her late Majesty the Queen oversaw our country's transition from empire to Commonwealth to a modern democracy. We're witnessing huge social changes throughout her lifetime. So many of my constituents are proud of those changes and, of course, retain strong familial bonds right across the Commonwealth. She showed by example that tradition and modernity are not adversaries, but well-suited companions, from Her Majesty's first televised address to her very last Zoom call. And from the beginning of her reign, amidst rationing and post-war reconstruction, to her address to the nation at the height of the COVID pandemic, she reminded us that whatever the triumphs and disasters of our history, our country's best days now lie ahead. History, like life, moves on. His Majesty the King has told us that the grief of the nation, indeed the grief of the world, has provided comfort to his family for their irreparable loss. I hope he knows that his presence in our lives in recent days has been comforting and reassuring too. And if I may say, Mr. Speaker, that when the Queen welcomed the then Duchess of Cornwall into her family, the nation took her into our hearts, and it is a privilege and pleasure to see her take the place as Queen Consort. We are blessed to have known the reign of Elizabeth I, our greatest Queen. May God rest her soul, and may God save the King.
Before I leave the chair, can I remind members and staff there is a service tomorrow at 6 p.m. in St Margaret's Church for Parliamentary Community to remember Her late Majesty the Queen. Those wishing to attend, please contact my office. Will Quince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that on behalf of the people of Colchester, I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Her Majesty dedicated her reign to serving our country and the Commonwealth. In her lifetime, she witnessed our nation and the world transformed immeasurably. Yet for so many of us, she was the constant throughout our lifetimes, her warmth and her smile, providing stability and reassurance during the very toughest of times. Her service to the British people and her presence in our lives will be forever held in our hearts and in the hearts of people across the world. On behalf of the people of Colchester, to His Majesty King Charles III and the royal family, I send our sincere condolences. And to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, we send our thanks, our admiration and our love. May you rest in peace, Mum. God save the King.
Yeah. Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I mourn Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's passing. On behalf of my constituents in Blaenau Gwent, I offer my heartfelt condolences to the royal family. When I heard the sad news, my first thought was that we, the British people, have lost our preeminent public servant. As Her late Majesty once said, I do not give you laws or administer justice, but I can do something else. I can give my heart and devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. Queen Elizabeth dedicated her life to the greater good and wove together the ties that bind us. In 2012, the late Queen visited Ebervale. It was one of those days in our valleys when the skies emptied gallants. But still, she saw through the programme. Her late Majesty knew that meeting our community, hearing our choirs, collecting flowers from children, being with us, mattered. She showered goodwill on the people of Blaenau Gwent as the heavens rained down on all of us. In the days following, the Queen also visited Aberfan. She was due to open a new school in the village, struck by grief just 46 years earlier. On reflection, I now realise she was the constant, was there when tragedy struck, standing alongside us when our nations mourned, but also she was there to usher in the new beginnings. As I look to the future, I think of His Majesty King Charles III. Now, when Prince of Wales, I recall his visit to Ysbyty yn Eiryn Bevan, the hospital named after one of my predecessors who established our National Health Service. Whilst very carefully done, there was a nod to the political genius who established yet another great institution of our country. I also remember the King wore a blue cornflower in his buttonhole. It was a classy look. He clearly knew of our great valleys and their history. I have no doubt he will continue the legacy of his beloved mother, the late Queen. Finally, I would like to warmly welcome the naming of the new Prince and Princess of Wales. Amen. Madam Deputy Speaker, though I mourn our longest reigning monarch, I now say, God save the King.
Yeah. Robert Halfon.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2015, I was appointed Deputy Chair of the party and attending Cabinet, and no one had informed me that I would be made a Privy Councillor. My constituency office got a call saying I needed to attend the Palace, and I said, I replied to my caseworker, there's just a nutter on the phone, just ignore it. This happened on 2 or 3 telephone calls, and it was only on the day itself when I was told a ministerial car would be picking me up to take me to Buckingham Palace that I realised, and sadly I would have bought a nicer suit had I known. But it was the greatest honour of my life, and of course I sadly was not able to kneel because of my legs. But the Queen, Her Majesty, did not bat an eyelid, and I thought, there am I, the son of an immigrant to this country, becoming a member of the Privy Council, and I thought to myself, what an honour and what a meritocratic country that we have become. Now, the Queen, I'm very proud to be here representing my constituents of Harlow, of Hastingwood, Matching, Nazing, Roydon and Shearing. And the Queen visited Harlow in 1957, and Harlow is a new town, and it was built after the war to provide people from homes, many of whom came from the East End of London, and she attended and had a wonderful visit in the Market Square, and the BBC featured that in one of their documentaries over the past couple of days. And what it symbolised was, although that the Queen came from the old world, she was bringing in the new world, and she was showing that actually this is what the new Britain would be about post-war: beautiful new towns, bringing hope, aspiration, achievement, opportunity and community and dignity to our country. And these were all the values, of course, that Her Majesty represented. Just finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a Jewish MP, and I was brought up in the United Synagogue, which is traditional Judaism. Every single part of the service is in Hebrew. And not being the best of learners, I mostly don't understand a lot of what is going on. But the one part of the service is that is in English is the prayer for the Queen. And if I could just read that, it says, "May the Supreme King of Kings, in his mercy, preserve the Queen in life, guard her and deliver her from all trouble and sorrow." The one part of the service every week that is said in synagogues in the land is prayer for the Queen. And it made me very proud whenever I attended synagogue that I was able to say that prayer. And the Queen embodied everybody, not just her Christianity, a deep Christianity, but everybody of all faiths, Jewish people, Muslims and Hindus and many other faiths. This week the synagogues will be saying not a prayer for the Queen, sadly, but a prayer for King Charles. And the rest of the prayer says, "May he put a spirit of wisdom and the understanding into her heart, into his heart, and into the hearts of all her counsellors, that they may uphold the peace of the realm, advance the welfare of the nation, and deal kindly and justly with all the house of Israel." On behalf of the Jewish people in our country, those of the Jewish faith, but also my constituents of Harlow, Hastingwood, Matching, Nazing, Roydon and Shearing, God save the King.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of my constituents of Central Ayrshire to express our sympathies to the royal family and to pay respect to Her Majesty for her long service of 70 years and 10, literally a biblical lifetime. Being from Northern Ireland, for me, her greatest contribution was to peace and reconciliation on the island of Ireland, both by bravely welcoming Martin McGuinness here in London, but also her state visit in 2011, which brought so much healing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate has already woven the most important part of any funeral, the eulogy, and reminds me of the traditional wakes I grew up with the coffin lying in state in the living room, surrounded by family, friends and neighbours. What struck me then as a little girl was how the sadness gave way once the funny stories started, once the embarrassment, the talk of someone being on a chair in Blackpool singing at the top of their voice. These embarrassing stories changed the whole mood in the room that I observed as a 5, 6 and 7-year-old. The sombre tones were replaced by laughter, but strangely, the coffin often also turned into a coffee table, covered in glasses. Now, I don't think Her Majesty is likely to face that indignity, but I remember my uncle saying that he aspired to being buried in a coffin with ring marks, because it would be a symbol of a really good wake, one that accepts that death is part of life, and one that celebrates not a life ended, but a life completed. In the same way, this chamber has been lifted by so many funny stories that demonstrate Her Majesty's great sense of fun, both in public, such as the stunt at the Olympics or with Paddington Bear, or in private, many that we've heard from honourable and right honourable members today. But the most illuminating are those which show how she used humour to put people at ease, out of kindness. I think she's probably delighted at the sheer amount of laughter that has been in this chamber over the last 2 days. And having walked the last journey with many of my patients over a lot of years, I know that virtually all of us would choose to die peacefully at home. And that's exactly what the Queen did. So we should take comfort from the fact that she ended her life peacefully and quietly at home in her favourite place, Balmoral, surrounded by her family and loved ones. It doesn't get better than that. So while we offer our sympathy and condolences to her family in their sorrow at her loss, for her we should be glad. She goes to her rest, welcomed once again into the arms of her beloved Philip, and no doubt already sharing a wry joke, and probably at our expense. So for Her Majesty, I simply pray, may she rest in peace.
Kelly Tolhurst. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents of Rochester and Strood. I want to extend my deepest condolences to the royal family. Her Majesty's death is a terrible loss for us all and has touched every corner of the world. Her Majesty was a constant reassurance presence, and the world is unrecognisable from the start of her reign. Despite these changes, she was a steadying figure who led this country from the aftermath of the Second World War to the country we are today. Like many people in this House, I have only lived under her reign. And as a female born in 1978, I was lucky to be born into a unique era for this country. Growing up, when for the first time in our history, we had both a female head of state and a female prime minister. These powerful female figures at the top of our country. So for me, it was absolutely normal to see women leading. The Queen was a remarkable figure, an inspiration to many whose influence has shaped generations as the values that she has embodied, the sense of duty, public service, quiet dignity, epitomise her reign. She was a continuous figure, both in this country and around the world, who managed to exercise a calm and steadying influence over our country, even in its toughest times. Rochester and Strood has been blessed by many visits from Her Majesty over the years. I'm immensely proud of our royal history and the links we have with our late Queen. She made her first visit to Rochester in 1938 with King George VI when she visited Short's Aircraft Works, and which was also followed in 1942 to the Royal Chatham Dockyard. I hope that I am right in saying that she liked what she saw in those early visits before her accession, which inspired many trips in the following years. In her capacity as Colonel-in-Chief of the Corps, she inspected the Royal Engineers at Brompton Barracks in 1968, one of her many visits to the barracks. She also opened the Royal Engineers Museum in 1987 and made her final visit there in 2016 to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the Corps of the Royal Engineers, and it was the greatest honour of my life to have met her on that occasion. I felt nervous, shared by everyone else who had met the Queen for the first time, and after overcoming the first hurdle of getting my curtsy right, I moved on to the next step of meeting Her Majesty, the handshake. There I was, just over a year into being an MP, standing in front of Her Majesty, who had just turned 90, worrying about the damage that I could cause her hand should I grip it too hard. I could not have been more wrong, as I failed to appreciate how years of experience had left Her Majesty skilled at administering a handshake as she took my hand firmly and released it before I could even take a moment. But also coupled with her great smile and the twinkle in her eye that so many have spoken of. The barracks was not only the place the Queen had visited on her visits to Rochester. She had been to Rochester Cathedral and even took a trip to our great Isle of Grain oil refinery in 1955. Following her 1942 visit to the Royal Chatham Dockyard, she returned to the site in 1984, where she was able to see the redevelopment proposals for the closed Chatham Dockyard, St Mary's Island. These are a few examples highlighted how committed and dedicated the Queen was to her people. She was totally devoted to the British people throughout her reign, and hundreds of thousands of people who met her felt at ease. Her absence will be felt around the world. My thoughts and prayers are with her family, and I know that King Charles III has the support of Rochester and all the good people to lead this country into a new era. God save the King.
Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This isn't just a time of national mourning. Our grief is shared the world over, a testament to the service and impact our Queen had. For 7 decades, she selflessly dedicated her life to service. She was an icon that meant so much to all of us, and who at times we felt we would never lose. Because so long was her service, her presence was sewn into the very fabric of our society, guiding our country above the fray of politics. Her unrivalled commitment and experience helping to lead our nation, keeping it steady no matter the political turbulence. In her quiet way, symbolising the commitment, selflessness and humility we expect from our leaders. The progress we saw globally during her reign in technology, culture and politics is unparalleled in history. But as an ever-present matriarch throughout, she assured us as the world changed exponentially. It is truly sad that we have now lost her. And whilst my words today cannot do a life of such dedication justice, the outpouring of tributes the world over is a testament to her place in our lives. Now our thoughts are with her family as they mourn. We all send them our condolences. And in my constituency of Lewisham West and Penge, we mourn her too. In June, we came together across the constituency to hold Platinum Jubilee parties. Neighbours coming together for the first time since the pandemic, children playing in the street, people making new friends, all in her name. I was proud to help organise my Jubilee Street party. My 7-year-old son declared it the best day ever, and we raised over £800 for our local food bank. And one of my earliest childhood memories was seeing the Queen as she visited the pioneering St Christopher's Hospice in my constituency. Her support and that of the royal family made such a huge difference to their work. I know that I speak on behalf of everyone in my constituency when I say thank you, Your Majesty, for everything. The service, selflessness and humility. Queen Elizabeth II went above the call of duty, and for that we will always be grateful.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to join honourable members in paying tribute to Her late Majesty, not just on my own behalf, but on behalf of all the people of the Malden constituency. Many fine tributes have been given both yesterday and today, and so many honourable members have spoken of Her late Majesty's dedication, her commitment, her remarkable sense of duty, and her lifetime of service, which was always performed with dignity, compassion, and kindness. I echo all of those sentiments. It has been an extraordinary week, starting with the appointment of a new Prime Minister and ending with the accession of a new sovereign. I congratulate my right friend, the Prime Minister. I'm sure she will be grateful that her first audience with the monarch was with Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. I'm sure that His Majesty King Charles will continue to provide advice and counsel, but my right honourable friend must be sad that she will not benefit from the extraordinary wisdom and experience that Her late Majesty had in advising 15 successive Prime Ministers. Before entering the House, I worked for one of those Prime Ministers, Margaret Thatcher. She used to fix in her diary the only immutable engagement
in 11 years, the weekly audience with Her Majesty. I suspect there were occasionally some quite robust discussions. She never spoke of what was said. But I do know that she immensely valued the experience of Her late Majesty and was hugely honoured when she attended Margaret Thatcher, her own 70th birthday party. A number of members have spoken about how they're asked in primary schools whether they've met the Queen, and I've had exactly that same experience. But I've also been struck on international visits when so many parliamentarians from across the world have spoken of their admiration of the Queen and envied the fact that we have benefited from having her as our sovereign. And we have seen that in the global tributes with Union Jacks and the red, white and blue across America, Brazil, the extraordinary display on Sydney Opera House yesterday, and of course the words of the President of France, a country that has not always had great relations with the British monarch, but who said, you have your Queen, we have the Queen. Madam Deputy Speaker, I, like many honourable members, or right honourable members, benefited from meeting the Queen as a member of the Privy Council, and I had the good fortune to accompany her on one occasion to the Cenotaph, which is one of the roles of the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. But it was her two visits to Malden which my constituents will always value. The first in 1971 to mark the 800th anniversary of the award of the Charter to Malden by Henry II, and the second in 2010, which I was privileged to be able to take part in, when she visited Malden Salt before walking down the High Street to have lunch in the town hall. On that day, it seemed that the whole town turned out to celebrate her visit. Today, the whole town, and indeed the whole of my constituency, are once again united in mourning the passage of Her late Majesty and in pledging allegiance to King Charles III.
Greg Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is nothing more important to a child than their mother. She provides the comfort, the security, the stability amidst the worries of the world, a person assumed by all of us to go on forever. And so it was with Queen Elizabeth, the mother of our country, our Queen of Hearts. The people across the four nations of the United Kingdom owe so much to Her Majesty the Queen for providing steady continuity over war and peacetime through the peaks and troughs of change. So we feel a sense of deep grief across our United Kingdom, the loss of our eternal mother. For me personally, I feel a special affection as my own mother was of the same generation and met my father during the war when he served in the Royal Navy. Elizabeth, of course, bore the weight of the United Kingdom on her young shoulders from the age of 25 when Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister, over 70 years of global change. She's been an anchor for Britain in a sea of change through 15 Prime Ministers, 14 US Presidents and 7 Popes, supporting the world with a long-term interest of her communities and nations in mind, not the short-term expedience of others. As a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, she had to lead a family, often in personal turbulence in the public view, with a steady hand, carefully balancing the interests of the country with those of her own family. I had the privilege of meeting her briefly on behalf of Swansea West on a few occasions since 2010, and in those fleeting moments could appreciate her wisdom, the quiet gravity amidst a sunny demeanour, whatever the weather. She will remain loved by so many millions for so many things. Her continuity has helped anchor our fundamental values of fairness and democracy amidst the undulating changes of political leadership and the storms and sunshine of global events. We shall never forget her, and the people of Wales and Swansea West will always hold her in our hearts for the service and devotion to our country. Our thoughts are, of course, with the Queen's family, wishing the strength at this most difficult time and the comfort of remembering, with love and affection, happy times shared together as a family with Elizabeth, who will continue to live in our hearts. And finally, for Swansea West, I recall how on the 14th of May 1946, Elizabeth, at the tender age of 20, attended a recital of poetry at Wigmore Hall with her mother, Queen Elizabeth, and sister, Princess Margaret. There, Dylan Thomas, Wales's greatest poet, born, of course, in Uplands, in my constituency of Swansea Hill, I read out Fern Hill, the last verse of which reads, "Nothing I cared in the lamb-white days that time would take me up to the swallow-thronged loft by the shadow of my hand, in the moon that is always rising, nor that riding to sleep I should hear him fly with the high fields and wake to the farm forever fled from the childless land. Oh, as I was young and easy in the mercy of his means, time held me green and dying, though I sang in my chains like the sea. Diolch yn fawr, Elizabeth, rest in peace, God save the King and the Prince and Princess of Wales."
Just a quick reminder to colleagues that Mr. Speaker has asked if remarks could be confined to 3 minutes so that we can get as many people in as possible. Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to pay tribute to Her late Majesty. In an interview yesterday, the Mayor of Milton Keynes, Amanda Marlowe, was asked what Her late Majesty meant to the people of Milton Keynes. And she replied simply, "She was everything." And that is partly due to the fact that Milton Keynes, as we know it today, was founded, built and flourished as a new city during her reign. From becoming a collection of North Buckinghamshire towns and villages to the thriving city we know today, Milton Keynes developed under Her late Majesty. And she visited many times, both to celebrate our history, whether that was to visit the railway works at Wolverton, which has been home to the Royal Train for many years, or to Bletchley Park in my constituency, where she visited about 10 years ago to unveil a memorial to the codebreakers there. And members who've had a royal visit will know that these are often planned to the last minute, if not second. Such was our interest, and that of the late Duke of Edinburgh, that the timetable went completely out the window. She was so engrossed in celebrating the achievements of the codebreakers. But as well as our history, she was there to celebrate our development, whether that was the opening of the Open University, our new city centre, or the football stadium. Every part of Milton Keynes' development she has been there for. But the greatest honour came just a few months ago in the Platinum Jubilee, when she had the grace to bestow on us city status. And at the heart of our bid was the fact that Milton Keynes is made up of many different communities from the vast majority, if not all, of the countries in the Commonwealth. And that, of course, is something that she enormously cherished. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I noticed yesterday that in his fine speech, the Leader of the Opposition quoted some lines from Philip Larkin, one of her poet laureates. And I would just like to conclude by quoting a very short poem from another of her poet laureates, Sir John Betjeman. It's called The Last Laugh, and it reads, "I made hay while the sun shone, my work sold. Now, if the harvest is over and the world cold, give me the bonus of laughter as I lose hold." And I very much hope that Her late Majesty did keep her much well-known sense of humour to the end, and that once the period of grief and mourning at her loss has passed, that we may all, as individuals and as a nation, smile and remember with joy what she meant to us and did for us. Thank you, ma'am. God save the King.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of myself, but also of my constituents in Lancaster and Fleetwood, to pay tribute to our longest-serving monarch, underpinned by her Christian faith. She gave a life of service and built on that firm foundation, and for that we give thanks and celebrate, in the words of the King, a life well lived. The Queen owns the Duchy of Lancaster, so she's always had a strong tie to my constituency, and to us in Lancaster she's known as the Duke of Lancaster, which can catch visitors out. So if anyone is ever invited, Madam Deputy Speaker, to sing our national anthem in Lancaster, the words are slightly different as we sing God Save the Duke instead of the more traditional words, which can catch, as I said, visitors out. And because of this strong tie, the Queen visited many times. She visited Lancaster Priory in 1999 to mark the 600th anniversary of this important link between the Crown and the Duchy of Lancaster. And she also personally approved the grant of a charter which constituted the University of Lancaster back in 1964. And she made many visits to Lancaster Castle. In fact, she visited Lancaster Castle 3 times. In 1969, before I was born, in 1977, before I was born, and in May 2015, literally days after I was elected as the Member of Parliament. So when the declaration was made and you were handed an envelope as a newly elected member, I got an additional envelope which says in a few days' time you'll be meeting the Queen, do you have a hat? And I don't think they meant the Barrow AFC bobble hat. Utterly terrified, before I'd made my maiden speech, I found myself stood just by platform 3 at Lancaster Station as the Royal train rolled in, and rather unusually in Lancaster, which is normally gloriously sunny all the time, the heavens opened and it poured with rain. And at that point I realised that hundreds and hundreds of my constituents were stood out in this pouring rain, lining the streets to welcome Her Majesty in the hope of perhaps catching a glimpse. And that, to me, really brought home the power that the Queen had to bring people together from all walks of life and all generations. And to be honest, as a newly elected MP, that was an important lesson for me to realise too. But she also visited other parts of my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the rural farms to the renowned Russell School in Fleetwood in 1994 to mark its 150th anniversary. And from the correspondence that I've received in the past 48 hours, it's clear that my constituents who had the good fortune of meeting her now have memories that will last a lifetime. So as the sun sets on this second Elizabethan age, we give thanks that our nation has had the good fortune to have the Queen serve us for 70 years. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. God save the King.
John Glenn.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak today on behalf of my Salisbury constituents. And I would like to start by acknowledging the unique contribution that Her Majesty has made to our nation, the Commonwealth and the world. We will never see a monarch reign through so many decades. And the overwhelming grief, sadness and disorientation that our nation is now experiencing is in proportion to and a direct consequence of the enormous role that Her Majesty played in our lives. And as King Charles said in his moving address last evening, thank you, Queen Elizabeth, thank you for your gracious presence in our lives. Now, many of her subjects will never have met the Queen, but everyone felt that they knew her and that she cared for them. And I have sat in this chamber these last 2 days and heard so many wonderful speeches from colleagues across both sides of the House. And I was moved by the sheer breadth and depth of the impact that Her Majesty has had in every corner of her United Kingdom and beyond. Much has been said about her devotion to her family, her love of the countryside, horses, her beloved corgis, her humour, her kindness, and the enduring impact of that remarkable smile that warmed the hearts and left an indelible impression seared into the soul of anyone she encountered. Now, I cannot offer anecdotes from time spent at Balmoral, Sandringham, or encounters at the Palace, but I feel no less privileged for that. Nonetheless, I did meet Her Majesty when she visited Salisbury in 2012 in her Diamond Jubilee year. She visited the Rifles Regimental Museum in Salisbury Cathedral Close, our cathedral,
and an exhibition of our country's history and communities on the cathedral lawn. And the abiding memory I will have is one of a sublime peacefulness, an aura of sincerity as she engaged so generously in so many conversations with my constituents. And each morning, when in my constituency home overlooking, I'm so fortunate, the great cathedral, and as I reflect on the day ahead, looking out of my window, I have two pictures on the window ledge. One of my beloved parents and one of me shaking the hand of Her Majesty a few metres away. I met her but once, but I think she will always be with me in my service in Salisbury. Her Majesty led a life that was animated and fueled by a deep Christian faith that sustained her through life's highs and lows. I think this will be the strongest legacy that she will leave me with. Her life was driven by duty, but sustained in full submission to the gospel of Christ and his teachings. And I thank God for what he showed us about his character through Her Majesty's wonderful life. God save the King.
Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents in the City of Chester. And what is so telling to me as I listen to honourable and right honourable members across the House is that amongst the grief and amongst the sadness, there's laughter and there's smiles. The Queen had that ability to make us smile and to make us laugh, and it's something that is so important to remember today. For me, two factors stand out for me on the death of Her late Majesty. The first is the fidelity she gave to that pledge she made in Cape Town on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. Never in history can a promise have been kept so faithfully for so long. She embodied dignity, service, and dedication. Secondly, I must think of the royal family and the personal loss that they have felt. The fortitude they are showing, especially our King, at a time of bleak bereavement, is a clear sign of the fine man he is and the fine King he will be. And I noticed how quickly he connected with people yesterday when he returned to Buckingham Palace. May he and his family take comfort from the shared grief that the whole nation and the Commonwealth is feeling. Her Majesty, as many have said, was the rock of certainty and reliability around which the maelstrom of an ever-changing world would circle like a hurricane, a beacon of hope, a fulcrum of dependability. From the post-war austerity, through the swinging 60s, the permissive society, the space age, globalisation, the age of the internet and the World Wide Web, and the coronavirus pandemic, she saw it all, she moved with the times, but she also acted as an anchor of stability and security in the storm of the changes in the world saw. She came to Chester in June 2018 to open Story House, our new theatre and arts centre. The whole city was bouncing and buzzing. She, the Lord Mayor and a couple of others crammed into a small lift to go up to the upper floors of our new theatre. "Doors are closing," said the automatic voice of the lift. "Yes," said Her Majesty, "I think we can all see that." And again, it's one of those examples of her using a little humour to put everyone at ease, particularly in that tight space of the lift. And I'm so grateful that in Chester and across the realm, we were able to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee earlier this year so that she could see the love and the gratitude of all of us for that life of service. May she rest in peace. God save the Queen and God save the King.
Heather Wheeler.
Thank you very much for calling me, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, along with most people in South Derbyshire, am so sad that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth has left us. I, on behalf of the constituents of South Derbyshire, send our heartfelt condolences to the royal family. We have been so lucky in most of our lifetime to have had a Queen who has been totally dedicated to public service and duty. Queen Elizabeth showed us, public servants, how it should be done, and she remains an inspiration to me, as she has been for so many other people. I was lucky enough to have the honour of meeting her twice, once in Derby and once in Buckingham Palace. Both moments I will cherish for the rest of my days. At Buckingham Palace, I was with my dear departed husband and spent a wonderful evening chatting with Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. All around us were buckets catching raindrops from a dodgy roof, which gave me the opportunity to share our mutual grief over leaking roofs and different ways of trying to fix them. Probably not a conversation many others have had with the Queen. She was amazingly knowledgeable on this subject, as on so much else. To close, Madam Deputy Speaker, our constitutional monarchy and its ability to adapt and change with the times is the envy of the world. None of us politicians are more important than our monarch. Ministers come and go. Whilst the continuity of our monarchy provides us with an important balance of power, of which I am proud. May our beloved Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace, and long live King Charles III.
Yeah. Sarah Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to pay tribute to Her late Majesty on behalf of my constituents in Cheshire and Amersham. As we know, the late Queen came to the throne having seen the torment and consequences of war at a time when she was still grieving for a much-loved father and consoling her own mother. We are honouring someone who epitomised service and fulfilled a promise made over 7 decades ago. I know I'm not the only one humbled by her continued adherence to that promise throughout her extraordinary life. Here was a woman who had a talent for connecting with people, even if they'd never met her. One constituent told me how he can remember waving flags as a young child at her coronation in 1953. And this year we came together once again to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. Indeed, the person who lit the beacon in Chalfont St Peter was chosen from the select group of people who had lived in the village consistently since the Queen came to the throne in 1952. Attending those Jubilee events, it was absolutely clear just how well loved Her late Majesty was throughout Cheshire and Amersham. I was told of her visit to us in 1985 as the patron of the Epilepsy Society, greeted by a group of 1,200 school children. Another constituent got in touch this morning to share his memory of witnessing the Queen going to thank Lord Salisbury for organising the flotilla on the Thames. He said, "I saw a rough, tough Forester with tears streaming down his cheeks, mothers and children hugging after exchanging a few words with Her Majesty, and she bestowed a cheeky grin with a shrug of her shoulders on me just before climbing into the helicopter." It is these fond and often deeply personal memories that so many people have to share that is so striking. Whilst we remember Her late Majesty, I am mindful of the fact that His Majesty, King Charles, has come to the throne whilst grieving for his mother. I hope the knowledge that His Majesty's loss is shared by so many brings some comfort to him and the royal family. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Vince Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to express my deep condolences to the royal family and those members of the royal household on the death of Her Majesty the Queen. On behalf of my Mid-Sussex constituents, we are all deeply thankful for her life of remarkable service. Her encouragement, her grace, her fortitude and her warmth simply cannot be matched. And a true inspiration both here and across the globe, as we've heard. And the fact that she reached across the generations, supporting people young and slightly older, capturing the mood and always steadying as a presence in those good times and sadly in the more bad times. And we don't have enough words of thanks that can cover that deep affection and devotion that we have for her faithful and impeccable public service and the commitment that she embodied and that we try to reflect in some small way. And it was again on display
earlier this year, as we all came together across Mid-Sussex for street parties, for concerts, church services to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. And as reflected on earlier in the contributions, growing up and onwards to serve as one of her ministers, her constancy and support of the Queen was always there. And growing up as a child in the 80s, in fact, a speaker in the chair who was a female, and Lady Thatcher, it seemed perfectly normal to have female leaders around us. I didn't actually notice there was lots of other men, but there we go, there's another story. Our Queen was absolutely there and by our side and always with us, and came to our county most recently in November 2017, but it was in Mid-Sussex back in March 1999 when she formally opened the Triangle Leisure Centre in Burgess Hill with the Duke of Edinburgh and visited the Town Council and the Help Point. Now, many constituents have special memories of meeting the Queen, receiving a card or a letter or perhaps an honour for their contribution to the nation and our local community. And I, unlike other people, have only caught a glimpse for her. As a reporter, I reported on her coming to neighbouring or other constituencies, but I caught a glimpse of her back in 1984 in my neighbouring area where the South of England show is held. But also, we do remember that she's across the land on plaques in every single constituency where people she met and gave comfort to or supported. And very often I remember conversations with my grandmother about her, and the conversation was, what would her handbag look like and what colour would she be wearing? Would it be teal or green or cornflower? She seemed to dress for the occasion, a fashion icon as well. As I conclude my thoughts, the constancy and dedication that has been shown is reflected in her son, our new King. His work with charities will continue in his son, our new Prince of Wales. And at this time of deep personal sorrow, we wish him well and our new Prince and Princess of Wales. He's had a long apprenticeship and we look forward to seeing him shine. God save the King.
Florence Ashalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. Like many other people, I had the opportunity to meet the Queen. As a councillor, I attended the annual garden party at Buckingham Palace in 2010 with my late mother. My mother, like most British Nigerians who speak Yoruba, remarks that she's going to meet Iya Choli, which translates to Charles's mother. And she proceeded to phone all her family members across London and Nigeria to tell them the good news, she's going to the palace. I remember seeing some of the other guests at the palace and seeing how good it was to see so many members from the Commonwealth represented, all dressed in their national dress and uniform. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the one thing that the British Nigerian diaspora in the UK enjoy, in addition to our culture and hard work and education, is a good party. And I remember my mother's face when she was presented with sandwiches and cakes at the garden party, because according to Nigerians, an event cannot be called a party without jollof rice. When I saw the Queen coming towards my mother and I, my mum said she was going to ask her about the food options, and the horror on my face, because I thought I could see the headlines in the Daily Mail already. Councillor from Brixton kicks off at the garden party. I pleaded with my mother not to ask her about the catering options, and I said we would stop for KFC on the way home. My constituency of Vauxhall is home to so many people from around the Commonwealth who are in Britain for a variety of reasons. But the one thing that stands unique of their vision of this country is the presence of the late Queen Elizabeth. The Queen is fondly remembered across Vauxhall. Long before air travel was common, King George VI and the royal family, including the young Elizabeth, would often depart for their visits from Waterloo Station in my constituency, including a royal visit to Canada in 1939 and the royal visit to South Africa in 1947. In March 1967, the late Queen opened the Queen Elizabeth Hall at the South Bank Centre, and in 1977, she unveiled a plaque to celebrate the new gardens created for her Silver Jubilee, Jubilee Gardens. The Queen returned to Vauxhall to officially open the transformed gardens on the 25th of October 2012 during her Diamond Jubilee year. And the gardens, which sit as a backdrop to the London Eye, continues to be one of London's most much-loved public spaces.
The Queen was a representative for our country like no other, and she represented our country like no one else. The Queen had an unwavering commitment to public service for over 70 years, and despite the level of scrutiny she was under for long of her reign, her peerless dignity and leadership meant that she always acted as a source of pride. It was a pride felt by so many people who were always asked when they travelled abroad about the Queen, a pride felt by those who become British citizens while taking the oath of allegiance. Now we must welcome King Charles III to the throne, and I know from his visits to Vauxhall and his personability and dignity, he will follow that long tradition. Psalm 62, verse 5 to 6 reads, "For God alone my soul waits in silence, for my hope is in him. He alone is my rock and my salvation, my fortress, I shall not be shaken." The Queen was not shaken. Eternal rest grant unto her, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon her. May she rest in peace.
Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thursday, the 8th of September 2022 was the day we all knew must come, but hoped fervently somehow would not. The waves of sadness that we all feel, as well as the individual acts of remembrance and contemplation, reflect the respect and love we feel for her and acknowledges how she shaped our modern Elizabethan age. Her late Majesty was our constant. From wise words and a wry smile in her Christmas addresses to succour in times of distress such as the pandemic, and in our day-to-day lives, her image on our banknotes, our coins and our stamps, her late Majesty was not just the keystone of our Constitution, she was also stitched into the rich tapestries of our own lives. I remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, the news at 10, watching the news at 10 with my grandmothers who were of her generation, and there would be commentary, fierce commentary, on the clothing worn by Her Majesty on a particular visit, but everybody would agree that she always looked wonderful in bright colours, as my honourable friend has referred to earlier. We have a proud heritage of royalty in my constituency of Louth and Horncastle. Since 1066, the King's Champion has held the feudal manor of Scrivelsby. The role of the King's Champion is to gallop into Westminster Hall on horseback in full armour, to throw down the gauntlet, that is where the phrase comes from, to challenge any newcomers to the incoming monarch. I am very much hoping that King Charles III is going to reinstate this particular tradition. We also are the birthplace of King Henry IV in 1367 at Bolingbroke Castle, and in 1643 there was a very important battle, the Battle of Winceby, where the parliamentarians beat the royalists, but perhaps we'll gloss over that. But there is also RAF Coningsby, which Her Majesty, late Majesty, visited in 1976. This is the home of the Typhoon fast jets. They are the heroes that fly up into our skies to protect us at very short notice, but it is also the home of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They are the historic planes that formed the part of any flypast over Buckingham Palace. We saw them in their joy in the recent celebrations of Her late Majesty's Jubilee. And they include Spitfires, Hurricanes and Thumper, the Lancaster, one of only two remaining that can fly in the world today. And we know from those pictures of Her Majesty on the balcony the joy that those flypasts used to give her, and so I'm incredibly proud that my constituents have played their part in bringing her such happiness. So on behalf of my constituents, I give thanks for her extraordinary public service over 7 decades, and also for the more private acts of kindness and humour and humility that we've heard in recent days in this place and on television. But as we mourn the end of this great Elizabethan era, we look to the future and with hope to the reign of King Charles III. He will lead our nation and indeed the Commonwealth with the same devotion and skill as his beloved mother. He has our sincerest condolences for his loss, our admiration for his steadfast composure in assuming the crown in the midst of his grief, and our heartfelt thanks for his quiet determination to serve our nation as well and devotedly as his late mother. God save the King.
Fabian Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield said something that I think chimed with all of us, and that is when we visit primary schools, what is the first question the children ask us? And it is that, have you met Her Majesty the Queen? And so I was asked the same question by Chapel Allerton Primary School in my constituency, by St Paul's Roman Catholic Primary School when I was there recently. My right honourable friend, the member for Pontefract and Castleford, said, Her Majesty the Queen will always remain the forever Queen. And I was reminded of that when my younger daughter Ruth told me yesterday that when she went to school following the death of Her Majesty, one of her 6-year-old pupils said, but she's been the Queen all my life. My daughter said, well, mine too. And by the way, my dad's as well. That's how long she's been with us. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had 3 encounters I remember clearly with Her Majesty. The first was when I was a councillor in Leeds, and she came to a dinner at the banqueting suite in Leeds Civic Hall to celebrate and to open the Royal Armouries, which had moved to the city of Leeds. We were very proud of that. But she was struck by grief because it was days after the appalling Dunblane massacre. And in those few hours she was with us, she seemed to epitomise and sum up in her demeanour the grief that we all felt about that appalling tragedy. And then some years later, I was privileged to be at the Golden Jubilee event in Westminster Hall, and I invited my dear late mother of blessed memory to sit with me. And we heard in that dignified address to all of us, those of us who were there will never forget it, the stories that the Queen recounted about living in London during the Blitz. Well, my mother was a child here in London during the Blitz, and when I looked at her, she was in tears because the Queen had summed it up so brilliantly, so perfectly, what life was like for everybody living through that terrible time. And then the final encounter that I recall was the only time I ever had a conversation with Her Majesty, and that was at Buckingham Palace. Many members here will recall that once a Parliament we were invited to Buckingham Palace, backbenchers, and there we were, we'd been presented to Her Majesty, and she came to the group that I was with, and she looked at my name badge and she said, "Ah, you're from Leeds, are you? Do you represent my cousin, the Earl of Harwood?" And I said, "Yes, I do, ma'am, of course I do. He's in North East Leeds." And she said, "Wasn't there a fire on the set there?" I said, "Sorry, do you mean the set of..." She said, "Yes, that soap opera, Emmerdale." And I said, "Yes, you're quite right. You're quite right, ma'am. There was a fire there. And have they now recovered?" "Yes, indeed they have." And I was struck by the extraordinary knowledge of everyday life in our country, the programmes that people watch on television, the life that we lead, of which she was so much a part, woven into the fabric of our lives in that way. So let me conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying, on behalf of the people of Roundhay, Moortown, Meanwood, Chapel Allerton and all Woodley that make up North East Leeds, may she rest in eternal peace. Long live King Charles III.
Jane Keegan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for calling me to speak in this debate. And may I start by sending my heartfelt condolences to His Majesty the King and the entire royal family and royal household. I rise today to express the love, gratitude and respect that all those who live in the Chichester constituency have for our late Queen. In all parts of the country and indeed the Commonwealth, our late Queen has touched every generation. Our young still have fresh memories of planting saplings to mark the recent Platinum Jubilee, forming the Queen's green canopy, which, like her reign, will live on for decades. Those of us a little older will remember the street parties for her Silver Jubilee and still treasure the mugs and the memories. Memories which remind us what it means to be British and our unique traditions. In no other country, anywhere in the world, does the whole population celebrate by sitting in the middle of the street, usually in the rain, eating sponge cake. unique and highly differentiated. Her Majesty visited my constituency several times to offer support to the Chichester Festival Theatre. Her first visit was with His Royal Highness Prince Philip for the inaugural season in 1962, and they came back again in 1964 for a performance of Othello with Lord Laurence Olivier and Dame Maggie Smith. It was during her most recent visit that I had the incredible honour of meeting Her Majesty. Now, growing up in Knowsley gives you many life skills, but a proper curtsy was not one of them. So after much practice than I care to admit, I found myself awaiting introduction placed between our bishop and our chief constable, who reassuringly were both as nervous as I was. As she entered the room, as everybody has said, you were immediately struck by her smile. Not her smile, her smiling eyes. As I was introduced to the Queen, she immediately smiled and she said, "How long have you been the Member of Parliament for Chichester?" On hearing my reply, I'd been elected just a few months earlier in 2017, she shot back, "Ah, you're a snapper." She was, of course, referring to the snap general election. She then asked me how it was all going, and I had to be truthful and admit it wasn't going all that well. She replied kindly, "Good luck. I think you may need it." With experience comes wisdom. My brief introduction and the subsequent lunch I spent with our late Queen is a memory I will treasure forever. Now, the Queen is an extraordinary role model for all of us. But our Queen also had the most marvellous role models in her parents. They had seen our country through the perils of the Second World War. Her father had even seen action in the Battle of Jutland in 1916. And on the death of her father, Queen Elizabeth sent a message to her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, which was read to this House on the 11th of February 1952, and in it she said that her father had set before me an example of selfless dedication, which I resolved, with God's help, to follow. I think we may all conclude that she honoured her promise to the British people and met it in full. On behalf of everybody in the Chichester constituency, I want to say thank you for everything. And God save the King.
Yeah. Jo Stevens.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So many words have been said and written already about the late Queen, but I'm very grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to speak from the backbenches today and pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in Cardiff Central to the late Queen. Cardiff Central is a really young constituency. The average age of the people that I represent is amongst the youngest of any constituency across the United Kingdom. So for nearly every one of them, the late Queen was the only monarch that they and I have ever lived under. And being the constituency at the centre of our capital city of Wales, we were very lucky that the late Queen visited it on many occasions, where she always received a very warm Welsh welcome. In 1948, Princess Elizabeth, as she then was the first ever person to be awarded the Freedom of Cardiff. And in July 1953, just a month after her coronation, the late Queen made her first official visit to Wales, to Cardiff Central, where thousands of well-wishers lined the route of the royal procession to Cardiff City Hall. And it was during the 6th British Empire and Commonwealth Games in 1958 that the late Queen, in a recorded message to those assembled at Cardiff Arms Park, announced her intention to make her son, Prince, now King Charles, the Prince of Wales. And so yesterday, our new King announced his decision to pass the title on to our new Prince and Princess of Wales. And we look forward to welcoming them both back to Wales. The late Queen was a dedicated patron of many charities and organisations right across Wales, including, for 50 years, the Welsh Rugby Union. And to mark the centenary of the WRU in 1980, she wrote a message on a rugby ball, which was relayed all the way from London via numerous rugby clubs in Wales before it eventually arrived at Cardiff Arms Park, where a joint England and Wales team played against a joint Scotland and Ireland team. It was a special game to mark the WRU's centenary. And then in 1999, when we hosted the Rugby World Cup final at the brand new Millennium Stadium, the late Queen presented the trophy to the winning Australian team. So there are very many people who have lots of fond memories of those royal visits to Cardiff Central, and on behalf of my constituents, I send our deepest sympathy, but also our gratitude to King Charles III and all of the royal family. Gratitude for Her Majesty, the late Queen's absolute dedication to a lifetime of public service, for her dignity and for her decency. Thank you, Ma'am.
Dame Caroline Downage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The overwhelming theme of the last 2 days has surely been our late Queen's unparalleled service, duty and dedication, and these are qualities that are particularly understood and valued in my Gosport constituency, set, as you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the shores of Portsmouth Harbour, firmly in the heart of our Royal Navy community. Home to a vast number of service personnel and veterans, people who show enormous duty, dedication and service in every aspect of their professional lives. But not solely their Commander-in-Chief. Her Majesty had very strong personal links to our armed forces. Her father was in the Royal Navy. She herself served in World War II. And of course, the enduring love of her life was that very handsome naval officer. The longest serving head of any military unit, she led by example, with an entire life and reign of service and duty. One of my greatest memories was her visit just that short hop away across Portsmouth Harbour for the commissioning ceremony of her namesake, the flagship Royal Navy aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth, in December 2017. It took place in a mammoth hangar inside this colossal ship, packed full of members of the ship's company, their families, dignitaries, and many, many more who served in her name. And I watched this tiny figure surrounded by enormous crowds, giant objects in this vast space, dressed in beautiful purple, command the respect, the dedication, the love and the service of all those who gathered, exuding warmth, putting them all at their ease. It was quite a sight. This incredible woman, a female leader in the days, decades before that was fashionable, but she was in a job she hadn't applied for, a responsibility she hadn't sought, a role she wasn't even born to do. On her 21st birthday, as we've heard, she said, "I declare before you all that my whole life, be it long or short, shall be devoted to your service." If ever in history there was a promise or a commitment that was kept, my goodness, it was that one. Now, I found some great comfort in the last couple of days from seeing very precious video clips of Her Majesty in her downtime, enjoying herself, cheering on her horses at Royal Ascot or petting her beloved corgis. It's clear, and many others have said, she had a zest for life, a sense of mischief. She had the most incredible ability to surprise and delight us. Many have spoken of her mission with 007, her love of marmalade sandwiches with Paddington Bear. But Her Majesty once said herself, "Grief is the price that we pay for love," and the sadness that's felt by my constituents across Gosport, Leon-Solent, Stubbington and Hill Head surely shows just how much we all loved her. So, in the words of Paddington Bear, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you, ma'am, for everything. God save the King.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You do not require to be a slavish royalist or indeed a fanatical follower of the institution to recognise 7 decades of extraordinary public service and duty, not just to the nations and regions of these islands, but the Commonwealth and influence in the wider world. And therefore, on behalf of Glasgow South West constituents, I want to extend my condolences and theirs to the royal family who are remembering a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. In Glasgow South West, of course, Her Majesty had opened the Govan Walkway during the Silver Jubilee years, which has panoramic views of many of Glasgow City's landmarks, including, of course, the shipyards, which do so much for the Royal Navy, where you can see the Riverside Museum on the north side of the city, just across from it, and many of the landmarks heading into Glasgow city centre. It also hosts a state-of-the-art medical facility, the largest hospital perhaps in these islands, the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, which is providing so much medical treatment and care to thousands of people in Scotland. But I think that I've heard many of the personal stories, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to share one, and it concerns my grandparents, Charlie and Isabel Alcorn, who on the 3rd of July 2004, just one day before their diamond wedding anniversary, received a letter and card from Her Majesty. The sheer joy and delight that that gave my grandparents and the wider family, that 60 years of marriage was being recognised, I think is something that's not just shared with my grandparents, but many people across these islands. Because how many cards will His New Majesty give to people who have 60 years or celebrate their diamond wedding anniversaries? I would suggest not very many. It was, of course, a traditional marriage, Madam Deputy Speaker. My grandmother always graciously allowed my grandpa to think that he was head of the house. But we, of course, knew different. But for so many members of the House that have mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's just those small acts of Her late Majesty, those little acts of kindness. Those little acts, I think, are perhaps something that we should think about when we discuss our deliberations in this House. And on behalf of my constituents, may she rest in peace.
Alok Sharma.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute on behalf of my constituents in Reading West and myself to our late, great Queen Elizabeth. The Queen was a comforting constant through our lifetimes. She was indeed a unique beacon of wisdom, of grace, of kindness and of courage at the head of our country and the Commonwealth for 7 decades. She was a rock we turned to as a nation in times of uncertainty and sadness, and indeed when we celebrated occasions of national joy. Now our great Queen has gone, leaving a void in all our lives. And as we mourn, our hearts go out to her family as they grieve for their profound loss. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's was by any measure the most extraordinary of lives, and she touched the lives of countless other people across the world. The first time I saw the Queen in person was as an excited 10-year-old, lined up with others along the Bath Road in Reading during the Silver Jubilee celebrations, all of us clutching and waving our miniature Union flags as her car sped past. We only got a fleeting glimpse of Her Majesty, where we talked excitedly about the occasion for days afterwards. Such was the reaction she inspired in world leaders and schoolchildren alike. The first time I got to meet the Queen properly was in 2014, when she came to open formally the magnificently rebuilt Reading train station. And I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I felt the same schoolboy excitement of 37 years earlier at the prospect of meeting Her Majesty. And this time I got to shake her hand. And I will always cherish that moment, and indeed a photograph of that occasion of the Queen smiling that famous radiant smile is nestled among photographs of my own family in our home. Now, other Right Honourable members have already described the trepidation felt during the ceremony to join the Privy Council, indeed to collect your seal of office as a Secretary of State. The worry about kneeling on those pesky footstools. But Her Majesty would always be a kind, calming influence, and she had a unique ability to make one feel at ease. We all know that the Queen and the royal family champion many causes, and one of those is protecting our environment and our planet. The Queen was sadly not able to attend COP26 in person as she had intended to, but she was kind enough to share a message with world leaders, acknowledging her pride in the leading role played by Prince Philip, Prince Charles, now our King, and Prince William in encouraging people to protect our precious planet. And in concluding her remarks, she said, "I, for one, hope that this conference will be one of those rare occasions where everyone will have the chance to rise above the politics of the moment and will achieve true statesmanship. It is the hope of many that the legacy of this summit, written in the history books yet to be printed, will describe you as leaders who did not pass up the opportunity and that you answered the call of those future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, that history is still to be written. And I hope and I pray that the leaders of today, here in our own country and across the world, will heed the Queen's wise words. Now, of course, we have a new monarch, King Charles III, a long-standing leader in the fight against climate change. Through my work over the past few years on the COP26 agenda, I've had the privilege to support the work of King Charles' Sustainable Markets Initiative. He is a great man, and he will be a great monarch who has the same instinctive understanding of his people and what matters to them as his mother did. God save the King.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to Her Majesty Elizabeth II and send my condolences to the royal family on behalf of the people of Preston and myself. The Queen has been with us most of all of our lives. Through many times of difficulty and crises, wars, her reign began as the Korean War was just coming to an end and ended 6 months into a war closer to home in Ukraine. This is having huge economic and security effects on all of our lives. She reigned through Suez, the Falklands, the Gulf War, Bosnia, Libya, just to name some. In addition, pandemics such as COVID and foot and mouth. She's seen mass unemployment in the 1980s and a cost of living crisis today, the like of which this country has not seen in 40 years. Throughout all of these extremely difficult times, the nation could always look to the Queen as a sign that whatever happened in life, life for most of us would continue and we would come out of the crisis in hand. She offered reassurance. She provided a sense of security and a feeling that because of the length of her reign and the fact that she was around at the time of the Second World War, life would go on in this country and most people would get through whatever difficulties we faced. Continuity was her hallmark. All of us have our own memories of our meetings with her. My fondest memories of her were when Preston was selected to receive city status in the year of her Golden Jubilee in 2002. She came to Preston and I had the pleasure of accompanying her and chatting with her and Prince Philip as she walked around the newly anointed city. She was charming, polite, witty, kind, and interested in taking time to speak to people in the crowds and thousands who turned out to greet her. She'll be an impossible act to follow, but I'm confident that King Charles III will step up and make his own unique mark on our public life in this country. The member for Reading commented on his views on climate change, and I remember the work he was doing on conservation in Eastern Europe. I'm sure he will make his mark and have his influence on whichever Prime Minister serves in the future. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth, and God save the King.
Andrew Jones.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to pay tribute personally and on behalf of the people of Harrogate and Knaresborough to Her late Majesty, one of the greatest figures in our national story, and to send our deepest condolences to His Royal Highness the King and all members of the royal family. Her late Majesty had been a regular visitor to our part of Yorkshire, so many people have met her and beautiful stories have been shared. She was held very dear. The outpourings of love and grief at her passing have come from right across the community. But the depth and breadth of emotion now from across the UK and across the world shows her astonishing connections with us, her people. Our relationship with Her late Majesty was profound and based on love, respect and inspiration over so long. A lady in my constituency who has told me when she was a young girl in the war, she looked up to the young princesses and their role in our national effort. That was over 80 years ago. Now, I never met Her late Majesty, I never knew her, but I felt like she knew me. In her broadcasts, she spoke to our hearts. She has been a part of our lives, almost a part of our families. The depth of the grief that we are now all individually and collectively feeling also shows that we're starting to understand just what she has given us, how she has helped us through tough times, how she helped make our country and so many others better places, immensely so, immeasurably so. The tributes in this chamber, across our communities and across the world, have highlighted the magic that she brought to all that she did. Her remarkable life leaves a powerful legacy. She has defined the standard for service. Wisdom and compassion, dignity and humility, in speaking less but saying more, and above all, duty. There is a deep sense of loss for a beloved figure, so from the people of Harrogate and Knaresborough, thank you. May Her late Majesty rest in peace, and God save the King.
Dr. Rupert Hutt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I never met the late Majesty, the Queen, but I have been in her garden. And she was a unifying presence, wasn't she, for all of us? And her loss leaves a huge hole after a remarkable, iconic 96-year life. Recent years have seen her starring with Paddington Bear and James Bond, which demonstrate her sense of fun alongside the sense of duty. But for me, memories of that remarkable reign start with 1977 and the Silver Jubilee. I remember my 5-year-old mind being blown by the fact that I was sitting eating cake in the middle of Pitshanger Lane, a very busy thoroughfare in Ealing. And it was transformed for my first ever street party. I went to dozens more as MP for her Platinum Jubilee. She was a constant, comforting presence, whether it was from her early days as Princess Elizabeth telling evacuated wartime kids not to worry, right up to, by the time she'd mastered Zoom, her COVID reassurance with the same message to a worried nation. And her remarkable reign spanned 15 prime ministers, from Churchill when she was just 25 years old to her 15th this week when she was obviously the older and wiser one, current PM half her age. She's head of state to 15 other nations. She oversaw transition from Commonwealth, from Empire to Commonwealth. But for locals my age, it'll always be 1985 when she opened Ealing Broadway, shopping centre that we remember. It felt that half the school had bunked off for it, except for square old me. And many classmates who pulled a sickie got rumbled when the teacher saw them on the evening news. But she couldn't get too cross, in the same way as actually this year I actually requested for my sixth former son that he be let off lessons for the Queen's Garden Party, and the teacher allowed it, making his absence part of the lesson that they were doing on constitutional monarchy, which of course she personified superlatively. Her seemingly endless, limitless work ethic and workload that continued 2 days until her death. But the signs were there, that non-attendance at the last garden party and the Queen's speech, both delegated to the King. Even sceptics who came into her orbit became converts, like Kieran Gavin, Mayor of Ealing in 2002, when she came to Gunnersbury Park for the Golden Jubilee. He said, "I asked if she was ever tempted to take the head off while knighting with her sword someone she didn't like. She replied it'd be totally inappropriate, but she might nick the neck a tiny bit if it was one of those people she found really irritating." He told me that she was charming, witty, smiley, utterly delightful company. Kieran said, "I'm a Republican, but I became a huge fan. If she ever stood for election, I'd vote for her." We will never see the likes of her again. She trained as a mechanic in the war, had children from the 40s to 60s who kept the line going, presided over UN and Commonwealth summits, and was genuinely beloved. End of an era cannot sum up 70 years. But as one Elizabethan era ends, another begins. It'll take some time of getting used to new stamps and coins in time, but may she rest in eternal peace. God save the King.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to speak about the long and dedicated life of Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents in Harrow East, my friends, family and myself. Harrow has a unique royal link, being the first borough being created when Her Majesty the Queen came to the throne. We've had many royal visits over many, many years. And indeed, we've celebrated every Jubilee. And earlier this year, of course, we celebrated the Platinum Jubilee with civic functions, but more importantly, those street parties that many people have spoken about. For me, I want to mention two of those visits, which contrast the way that Harrow and indeed the country has changed over her reign. The first, some 50 years ago, when she visited Harrow School on the 400th anniversary of the school being created. Far better than that school just down the road from Windsor Castle. The second, and demonstrates that Harrow now has literally people from every country on the planet, every religion and every language spoken on earth within our borough. Wow. And so the second visit was, of course, during her Golden Jubilee in 2012, when we celebrated her coming to Krishna Avanti Primary School, the first state-sponsored Hindu primary school in the country, where children from across the borough came together to meet the Queen. My personal memories, I remember parading at Windsor Castle as a Queen Scout, meeting the Queen at the Queen's garden parties as a councillor, as an assembly member, and also as an MP. My favourite memory was, of course, as a newly elected MP, being allowed to drive through the gates of Buckingham Palace, park in the centre of Buckingham Palace, climbing the stairs and being greeted by Her Majesty the Queen directly. Mm. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm an avowed royalist and monarchist. And I think it's fair to say that as we pass on our grief to the royal family for the loss of Her Majesty the Queen, it is fair to say that King Charles III has had the longest apprenticeship in history. And for those that don't believe in the hereditary system, I think it demonstrates, and he's already demonstrated, the wisdom of having that system. So, to Her Majesty the Queen, we say, God bless, thank you for your dedicated service, ma'am. Shanti, rest in peace. And to the King, King Charles III, may you live a long life. Long live the King.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Luton North. Our country has lost its Queen, and a family has lost its mother, grandmother, and cherished great-grandmother. My thoughts are with the royal family during this immense time of loss, and also with the people mourning the death of the sovereign who played such a pivotal role in their lives for so many years. Many will have sadly experienced the painful hole left after the death of the head of a family, a matriarch. They will know the emptiness that echoes through the generations because the loved one is no longer there. But they will also know the fullness of a lifetime of lessons and devotion. Those things never leave us. Since news of her death, there have been displays of affection for the Queen across Luton North, but especially from younger generations. Yesterday morning, students at Lee Manor lined up outside school to pay their respects. Luton Sixth Form College fell silent in remembrance. There was time for reflective prayer at Cardinal Newman School, and the head teacher of Chalk Hills Academy addressed students and staff about the need to mourn, but also honour and celebrate the Queen's life. And what better a place to honour significant occasions than in Luton? Indeed, Her late Majesty chose Luton to mark a very significant life event, celebrating her honeymoon with Prince Philip in Luton Hoo. They say some things cannot be fixed, they can only be carried, and the Queen was the master of carrying on. Whether it was during the Second World War, at times of national crisis, and most recently during the pandemic, the Queen was the epitome of the British keep calm and carry on. Easy to say, often harder to do, especially during times of grief. I understand that her Christian faith was a driver in that. She was never shy about her beliefs and how they motivated her service. I know that churches, mosques, temples in my diverse constituency will be keeping the royal family and the country in their prayers during this period of mourning. Sundon Park Baptist Church have opened a book of condolence, and I know that many others will be doing the same. The Queen came to power when the nation was recovering from the aftermath of war. The King comes to power at a time when the world is also recovering and facing many challenges. In 2002, during her Christmas broadcast, the Queen spoke words that are just as relevant today, nearly 20 years on. Our modern world places such heavy demands on our time and attention that the need to remember our responsibilities to others is greater than ever. Wise, wise words. You don't have to be a staunch royalist to appreciate that this, in every sense, is truly the end of an era and the beginning of another. Rest in peace, Your Majesty.
David Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituency, my whole community, I cannot convey how heartbroken we are to lose Her Majesty the Queen. I have had the honour of meeting Her Majesty. I met the Queen in October 2013. She asked me about my constituency and my community and how we were all getting on there. She was very, very warm and down to earth. She was no stranger to Morecambe either, and my surrounding district. Her Majesty the Queen visited Morecambe not long after her coronation in April 1955, signing a royal portrait. In August 1989, she visited Heysham Port en route to her beloved Balmoral. My whole community welcomed her in Morecambe in July 1999 when she unveiled the Eric Morecambe statue. The Queen told David Miles, president of the Eric Morecambe fan club, that both Her Majesty and the Duke of Edinburgh were big fans of Morecambe and Wise and of Eric Bartholomew, or Eric Morecambe, as everybody else would know. We also have royal patronage in our area. The shifting course of the River Kent and the fast-moving tides in the area make the task of leading a safe crossing across Morecambe Bay a very perilous task. In 1985, the Queen's guide to the Sands, Cedric Robinson, guided Prince Philip across the Sands in a horse-drawn carriage. Today, I remember Her Majesty's reign in my life with fondness, and the past few days with very, very deep and great sadness. Only a few weeks ago, I welcomed King Charles to the Winter Gardens to see what my community has done with a marvellous old building and to also visit the Eden North site. May Her Majesty rest in peace. My thoughts are with the royal family, all of the royal family. God save the King.
Yeah. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of people in Plymouth to express our condolences to the royal family on the death of the Queen. I've dated a lot of queens in my time, but I've only ever met the Queen once, and that was shortly after being elected in 2018. It was a wet day at Plymouth train station, and I was doubly excited. Firstly, as a train nerd, I was going to get a sight of the royal train. We don't get regal rolling stock in Devon very often, so I was excited about that. And secondly, it was a chance to see a true icon of our age, a leader like no other, the Queen. She toddled off the train, meeting the dignitaries on the way through, looking resplendent in a pink outfit and a pink hat. At the same time, I looked down at my tie, bright pink as well. Queens really do wear pink, I thought to myself. And she said to me when she got to me, "Why aren't you in Parliament?" I was thinking, oh dear, better get this right. I said, well, the whips let me off. And she said, I hope they would too. And gave me a little smile, and I thought that was all okay. And that was the spirit of the Queen, meeting so many people, putting them at ease. The Queen was in Plymouth that day to decommission HMS Ocean before her sail to Brazil. As the head of our armed forces, the Queen visited Plymouth and Devonport Dockyard on a number of occasions. She was a very part of our military command structure, a part of our Royal Navy and a part of our Royal Marines. She first visited in 1942 at the age of just 16, visiting the dockyard with her father, King George VI. 4 years later, she visited again as a Sea Ranger to visit the battleship HMS Duke of York. The Queen's visits to our city parallel our recovery from the ashes of the Plymouth Blitz to the renewal and evolution of our military tactics with the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines, the rebuilding of Plymouth City Centre, the opening of the Civic Centre in 1962, and in 1988, as we marked the 400th anniversary of the Spanish Armada, she opened the sundial in Plymouth Civic Centre and City Centre, giving our teenagers somewhere to meet their mates in town for 40 years since. It has been an incredible legacy that she leaves. As a daughter, a wife and a mother to Royal Navy officers, the Queen's link to the Royal Navy and to Devonport in particular is plentiful. Not just when she presents the Navy with new colours, as she did in 2003, but often to express sorrow for those members of our armed forces family for whom we have lost in action. Often visits without fanfare, conversations with real heart. For my generation, she was the grandma to the nation, a towering figure of female leadership, and for a lifetime of devotion, selfless public service and duty, we say thank you. Long live the King.
David Dugan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise with humility and sadness on behalf of myself and the people of Banff and Buchan to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. I also offer my condolences to King Charles III and the royal family as we remember that they have lost a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. For most of us, Her Majesty has always been there, a continuing and reassuring presence from the ashes of the Second World War to the COVID-19 pandemic in more recent years. She has been there providing reassurance and inspiration to people right across our United Kingdom. She has also been a much admired and loved figure across the Commonwealth, of course, but right around the world. I sadly, unlike many others in this place, never had the opportunity to meet the Queen myself. However, growing up and living in and now representing in this place one of 3 constituencies in Aberdeenshire, it will come as no surprise perhaps that I know a fair few people who have had the privilege to not only meet but to actually know the Queen. And when I hear the tributes from honourable and right honourable members in these last 2 days who have known Her Majesty, I recognise the warmth and the affection in the stories that I've heard from those who have known the Queen. Whether in a formal or a social setting, we have all heard how well Her Majesty could make people feel at ease. And this wasn't just a case or just a matter of decorum or just a case of being a nice and kind person, which of course she very much was. But she somehow knew, she somehow had this sixth sense or superpower to know precisely what action she needed to take to make that one individual person feel at ease. As a Member of Parliament, the closest I ever got to the Queen is in the Peers lobby, watching the state opening of Parliament on the screen. Before I was elected, however, Her Majesty visited the Turriff Agricultural Show in my hometown in 2014 on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of that occasion. And on that occasion, I was able to get as close to the Queen as I find myself now to my honourable friend, the member from Whitney, sitting on the front bench. Or rather, I found myself in the adoring crowd through which Her Majesty was moving through gracefully, as she always did, engaging with everyone, as she did, with that famous smile and twinkling eye we've heard so much about in the last 2 days. That smile with which we have all become very familiar and we will always remember. The organisers of the Turriff Show she met that day were moved by her humility, her warmth, her humour, not to mention her expert knowledge of the livestock and animals on display. Horses, of course, being a particular passion for Her Majesty, as they are for her daughter, the Princess Royal, who returned to visit the show earlier this year. The people of Turriff will remember fondly the visit of Her late Majesty, as will the people of Fraserburgh when she visited that town, celebrating the 400th anniversary of that town in 1992, and when she visited Macduff and Banff on a launch from the Royal Yacht Britannia in 1961. In Scotland, we saw the Queen at her most relaxed and happy, particularly on her regular visits to her much-loved Balmoral in West Aberdeenshire. We've heard the stories from our stays there, including from former Prime Ministers who had the joy of being driven around Balmoral estate by the Queen herself in the Land Rover. I know it will have been a comfort to her family, to spend her last days in the place she loved so much. The United Kingdom The Commonwealth, the world, will come together in the coming days to mourn the passing of a great, perhaps the greatest world leader. And as we reflect on her long life and of the reign of loyal service, we also remember fondly her compassion, humour and warmth. She continues to be in all of our hearts. May Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace. God save the King.
Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituents in Birmingham, Erdington, I would like to offer my sincere condolences following the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Our thoughts and prayers are with the King and the royal family at this time. The sad loss of our greatest and longest-serving monarch is being felt around the world, and she will be greatly missed. But we should also celebrate a lifetime of extraordinary service to our nation. The Queen's devotion to the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth should be an inspiration to us all. Her dedication to the Christian faith as the head of the Church of England was also a shining example of duty and integrity. Most people across our country have never known a time when the Queen was not there, and this is especially true for me as one of our Birmingham MPs, as I represent the youngest city in Europe. During her 70-year reign, the Queen visited Birmingham over a dozen times, including Castle Vale and the Jaguar car factory in my constituency in 1998. She met thousands of local people during that time, and we know that every person she met went away with a memory that will be treasured for a lifetime. As a Birmingham City Councillor, I had the privilege of being invited to share afternoon tea with members of the royal family at Buckingham Palace and talk about my work to improve mental health in Birmingham. The time I spent there was an honour, and I will never forget the royal family showed me a true commitment to tackling real issues like mental health, and I know this commitment will continue under the new King. I also want to mention the Queen's incredible ability to bring diverse communities together in celebration. This summer, I actually lost count of the number of amazing events I attended at local schools and community groups to celebrate the historic Platinum Jubilee with food, music, games, and of course dancing in Her Majesty's honour. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a sad occasion, but the Queen has left such a positive legacy for us to celebrate. On behalf of the people of Erdington, King's Standing and Castle Vale, I offer my deepest condolences. God save the King.
Nigel Huddleston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise humbly and with great sadness to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my family, my constituents and the people of Worcestershire. The late Queen was an inspiration and an example to us all. She taught us the true meaning of duty, and she reigned and worked for so long and so hard. More than 85% of the population of this country have never known anybody but the Queen as monarch, and nearly 1/3 of the population say that they have met or seen her. Many of my constituents have told me about their own interactions, whether it be putting them at ease when they received an honour at the palace, chatting to her at an event in the constituency, or just seeing her perhaps from afar at a sporting event. And of course we all know her special love for racing. Millions more never saw the Queen, but nevertheless felt that there was an intimate relationship there because of the way that Her Majesty communicated.
When she gave her Christmas broadcast, it felt like she was there with us in our own homes. When she told us that we will meet again, it was as if she was sending that message to us all individually and personally. And of course, she remains and will remain for some time on 29 billion coins and 4.5 billion banknotes. We will be seeing the Queen and thinking of her for a long time to come. Yeah. I myself first saw the Queen when I was at university, and her impending sudden visit suddenly led to a considerable refurbishment of the common room, the student common room, which of course we were very grateful for, but I fear may have added to the legend that wherever the monarch goes smells of fresh paint. And the last time I saw Her Majesty was at the launch of the Queen's Baton Relay last October outside of Buckingham Palace, where she placed her message to the Commonwealth to be read out at the opening ceremony into the baton, handed it to Kadina Cox, the athlete, and that baton then started its journey around the 72 nations and territories of the Commonwealth, including many of the constituencies and members in this room. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people turned out to cheer on the baton bearers, the baton, but of course it was the Queen's baton. We were also cheering on Her Majesty, and I'm so pleased that we're all able to show our love and affection for her also, and she saw it during the Jubilee celebrations this year. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen was the epitome of duty, service, dignity and grace. Her constitutional powers were limited, but her global influence was immense. Because of the way she conducted herself, the way she wore the crown, no matter what any of us here can do, it will be as nothing to what a call, an invitation, or a visit from Her late Majesty could do. But all of us who saw King Charles's speech last night will have also seen glimpses of his mother. He appeared well aware of the awesome responsibility ahead of him. He was regal yet relatable, expressing love and warmth that consoled us all. So we say goodbye to the Queen and the Elizabethan age, but we will never forget her. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Yeah. Bill Esterson.
Like so many people, I have only known a world where Queen Elizabeth II was our Queen. The wonderful tributes we've heard have often included reference to the amazing longevity of her reign. And I was reminded of this when I looked at the dates of her many visits to Sefton. When the Queen first visited Bootle, Crosby and Southport in the early 1950s, they were all in the county of Lancashire. They only became parts of the borough of Sefton some 20 years later with local government reorganisation, a story familiar to many people, in fact, I'm sure, across the country. The Queen also visited Bootle in 1962 and as part of her Silver Jubilee tour in 1977. And she went to Altcar training camp in my constituency in 1985 and again to visit Southport at the same visit. Aintree Racecourse is in my Sefton Central constituency, and it is, of course, home to the world's most famous horse race. So given the Queen's love of horses, it was perhaps no surprise that she first attended the Grand National in 1956. And it was fitting that Red Rum saved his record third win in the Grand National for 1977 and the Queen's Silver Jubilee. People across Sefton have fond memories of the Queen's visits, none more so than when she joined the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Battle of the Atlantic at Bootle Town Hall in 1993. The links to the armed forces and to the merchant navy, which she recognised through her visits to Sefton, have provided service personnel and civilians fond memories and demonstrated the Queen's gratitude for their service to our nation. The messages of condolence from my constituents have displayed warmth and gratitude to the Queen. Memories of her will be treasured for years to come. Queen Elizabeth II did her duty for my constituents, and she deserves our heartfelt thanks for her service to our nation. May she rest in peace. Long live the King.
Henry Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to express my respect, my sorrow and my thanks to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Crawley, myself and my family. Much has been said in the last few days since we heard the news we all feared on Thursday with her passing away, about how she has been a constant presence in our lives personally and nationally. And there are very few people alive today who have known any other monarch but Her late Majesty. My thoughts on her passing away were the first time I ever saw the Queen. I was born and brought up in my early formative years in the Epsom area in Surrey. And when I was a young child, my late mum took my brother and I up to the Derby at Epsom. And again, much has been said about Her Majesty's great love of horse racing. And she attended the Derby virtually every year of her reign. We positioned ourselves about half a mile down the road where we knew her official car would be leaving after the race. And I remember waving my Union Jack, a passion for flags that I've had ever since as a vexillologist. And I remember, as her car passed, her wearing those vivid, bright colours that she always did so that people at public events could see her. And I was amazed when she waved back. Over 3 decades later, I had the distinct honour and privilege of officially greeting Her late Majesty, the Queen, when she visited Crawley. At the time, I was leader of West Sussex County Council, and one of her duties that day was to open a school that had been rebuilt, Thomas Bennett Community College. With great nervousness and excitement, I met our monarch, and as she did with all of her functions and occasions, carried them out in a way that put people at ease and a way where our whole community celebrated. But Her late Majesty, Madam Deputy Speaker, visited my Crawley constituency on 5 previous occasions in an official capacity. First, in 1950, when she was then the Princess Elizabeth. She came to my constituency to open what is now one of the largest industrial estates in the country. She named that industrial estate. Apparently, she had looked over the old tithe maps of where it was to be located and called it Manor Royal. Then, in 1958, as then our sovereign, she came back to my constituency to officially open Gatwick Airport, the world's busiest single runway airport and a great driver of the local economy. Her next visit was in 1969, the year I was born, when she came to Crawley to dedicate Queen's Square, and where she came to open the Holy Trinity School officially, a school which is soon to be rebuilt as well. Her next visit was in 1982 to lay the foundation stone of St Catherine's Hospice, and in 1988 again back to Gatwick Airport to open the North Terminal. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all feel that we have lost somebody that we have a personal connection to, even though she was somebody who was not only a mother to this United Kingdom, but the Commonwealth, and recognised and respected throughout the world. That was typified when on September 11th in 2001, she spoke about grief being the price we pay for love after the attacks in the United States on September the 11th. That is so true. I watched with great respect and interest His Majesty's address last night from Buckingham Palace. And I'm grateful for the message that the service that we had from the Queen will be continued in the reign of Charles III. We are fortunate in this country to have a constitutional monarchy, and long may that continue. May God rest the soul of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May God give wisdom to His Majesty Charles III. God save the King.
I just do need to remind colleagues that the Speaker, his guidance was 3 minutes. If colleagues take 6 minutes, then it means that somebody else has much less time. I'm sure that will be borne in mind. Sarah Olding.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make this tribute on behalf of the people of Richmond Park. It was in our very constituency that the first Queen Elizabeth passed away in 1603 at Richmond Palace, and it is a great privilege to speak on behalf of my constituents at the conclusion of the equally great and historic reign of the second Queen Elizabeth. I wanted to offer a personal reflection on the Queen. When I heard the sad news of her death on Thursday, my mind went back to April 2020. As everyone here will remember, we had just gone into an unprecedented lockdown in response to a terrifying pandemic. I was a newly elected MP, suddenly receiving hundreds of emails from constituents with complex questions and requests, and they were sharing stories of great sacrifice and suffering. I didn't know how best to support them. As a parent, I was seeing my young children sat at home, staring out of the window, wondering when their lives would restart. I was beset with uncertainty about what would happen next, and it felt almost overwhelming. And then the Queen's message, that gentle but firm insistence that we will meet again. It meant so much to me, that message, that the road ahead might not be visible, but that we would get to the other side. I think it resonated partly because, as so many people here have said, the Queen was someone I'd always known and respected, so I intrinsically trusted her. It was also the knowledge that her great age gave her the perspective that however dark the current day, better days would come. But I think it was also that she was our nation's link to the past and all our previous ages. She reflected all the troubles and triumphs of our nation's past that have brought us to this point. Her message at that point was tremendously reassuring to me, and I know to thousands of others. And of course, she was right. It was so wonderful to come together for her Platinum Jubilee this summer. We had fantastic celebrations right across Richmond Park, and it was a particular pleasure to join the very joyful Jubilee party at the Queen's School in Kew, which is named after Her late Majesty. There could not have been a better opportunity for all of us to have a national celebration than in honour of the woman who has always united and elevated us. I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to celebrate her life while there was still time. And I think as we whistled, stamped, sang, waved our flags to say thank you, I think we knew in our private hearts that we were also saying goodbye. So on behalf of the people of Richmond Park, I extend my condolences to the royal family on their sad loss. May Her Majesty rest in peace and in the hearts and memories of her grateful nation, and may God save the King.
Paul Howe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to rise today on behalf of my Sedgefield constituents on an occasion we never wanted to occur. I'd like to begin by giving my condolences to the Queen's family, for whom this is a personal event as much as it is one of state. And although no one can deny that living to 96 constitutes a long life, the demise of the Crown has still come as a shock to us all, and we most deeply felt by her family. The Queen's sudden absence reminds us again what a steady presence she was for the nation, and the love they had for her was so fully demonstrated through the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. It didn't matter which one of my 40-odd towns and villages I went to, there was a street party going on. Hers was not the sort of presence one necessarily thought about on a daily basis, but since most of us cannot remember a time without it, it just seemed like a fact of life. Her reliable consistency is all the more impressive given this was not a role she chose, and she must have been such a daunting prospect at the start. The values held and lived out by the Queen provide an example to everyone. She embodied virtues such as respect, endurance and restraint in as comprehensive a way as we've ever seen from anyone, anywhere. Yeah. Nevertheless, no one is eternal, and we know that as a Christian she believed there was something more to look forward to. In trying to work out what to say today, I found inspiration from one of my own constituents. Yesterday, a local resident of Wingate in my Sedgefield constituency, Stephen Atkinson, shared this poem he wrote in a community group, and he's kindly given me permission to read it to the House. It's called Our Lily. Our lily of the valley has shed her petals free, to drift upon the winds of time in her own sweet Galilee. The mother of our nation, so long its beating heart, offers her earthly shell to rest, for her soul must now depart. So free it roams through gilded vale and bonny lochs and moors, past stag and hare and fragrant fair, to dusk's misty allures. Where lies a smile she knows so well, her waiting strength and stay. Together, two souls reunite and dance the night away. And here we are, Elizabethans, it's all we've ever been. For 70 years you tried your best to live up to being our Queen. You'll always be our true foundation, the soil of our sceptred isle, a constant in our thoughts and hearts, Great Britain's greatest smile. I hope you sit upon Burmese with your father by your side, and in his long-lost face you'll see only love and endless pride. On behalf of all my Sedgefield constituents, I thank our amazing Queen Elizabeth for her service, wish King Charles III the fortitude to deliver as his mother did. She is an amazing act to follow, but I have every confidence he will deliver. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's with great sadness that I stand to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth. Over the past 48 hours, we've all reflected on her unparalleled role in our national life and have witnessed the tremendous affection and admiration in which she's held both at home and around the world. Yesterday evening, we heard the words of our new King as he paid tribute to a dearly loved mother. On behalf of my constituents in Nottingham South, I extend my deepest sympathies to King Charles and all the royal family as they experience this very personal loss. As so many colleagues have said, having reigned for a remarkable 70 years, the Queen has been a constant throughout our lives, and the milestones of her reign have left their mark in our own stories. I still have my silver Jubilee envelope, but sadly not the coin that we received in primary school. A photo of my youngest daughter as a toddler, dressed up in gold crown and red velvet cloak for the Golden Jubilee, hangs on the wall at home. And of course, I'll never forget meeting the Queen on her Diamond Jubilee visit to Nottingham. Having waved to the crowd from the Council House balcony, she confided that their cheers were even louder than outside Buckingham Palace. The Queen has provided that much-needed point of stillness through some of the most turbulent times in our country's history, offering leadership, comfort and hope in the darkest hours. But she's also been a vital part of collective celebrations, including in our city of Nottingham. Her first official visit to Nottingham in 1949 as Princess Elizabeth was the highlight of the city's quincentenary celebrations. Half the city will have joyous memories of presenting the FA Cup to Nottingham Forest captain Jack Burkett at Wembley in 1959. But everyone will have cheered when she came to congratulate ice dancing gold medalist Torvill and Dean following their triumph in the 1984 Winter Olympics. The Queen witnessed huge change in our city. On a 1968 visit, she toured the immense Raleigh factory in Radford. 31 years later, she was back on the same spot. Bicycle production was all but over, and the Triumph Road site was being transformed into the University of Nottingham's Jubilee campus, now attracting students from around the globe and researching cutting-edge technologies for the new century. Perhaps the city's most familiar manifestation of Her Majesty is the Queen's Medical Centre, the biggest purpose-built hospital in Europe when it was officially opened by the Queen in 1977. It was also over budget, controversial and delayed. Features of infrastructure projects I suspect weren't unfamiliar to the Queen then and certainly not later.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the loss of our Queen has moved people around the world. On behalf of myself, the people of Nottingham South and Nottinghamians everywhere, I say thank you for a life of exceptional public service, of dignity, kindness and good humour. May she rest in peace. Long live the King.
Yeah. Jackie Doyle-Price.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me it's a great honour to speak on behalf of the people of Thurrock to give my tribute to our much missed already Queen Elizabeth II. It has been both moving and comforting to listen to the tributes here at Westminster and also on the media. This is an amazing nation, and Queen Elizabeth epitomised the best of it. Yeah. But in terms of what we've heard in the Chamber over the last 2 days, we've been reminded just how important the position of the monarchy is in our system of government, and how intricately involved she was in all our affairs of state. You know, as she applied to herself to that work with such dedication, and those weekly audiences with the Prime Minister were not just a matter of formality, they were an important part of how we are held to account, how Prime Ministers are held to account on behalf of her subjects, and also, of course, an opportunity to access her very great wisdom. And I've much enjoyed hearing those accounts from our former Prime Ministers yesterday. Now, I had the good fortune to meet the Queen when she came to visit Parliament 10 years ago. And not surprisingly, as many of you know, I never tire of talking about Tilbury, and I'm afraid that Queen Elizabeth also had that enjoyment too. But the one thing everyone knows about Tilbury is that Queen Elizabeth I made her famous speech there. Well, Queen Elizabeth II also has an association with Tilbury. In 1953, there was a massive tidal event in the North Sea which led to many thousands of deaths in North Europe and 300 deaths in this country. And Tilbury town had to be evacuated. And Queen Elizabeth visited Tilbury, and it's, again, one of those occasions that she did so well. At times of national tragedy, she would cope, she'd show leadership, she'd be giving comfort and reassurance to those who had been affected by these tragedies, and that we will miss. And I know over the years she's given thousands of people such comfort. And in that respect, we have lost our anchor. We've lost that anchor that steadied the ship in those rough seas whenever anything was going bad, as well as the focus of great celebration. But we've already seen by the tone that King Charles has taken in his addresses to the nation over the last 24 hours that leadership is being passed into safe hands. And we send our good wishes to King Charles. We send our respect and our admiration, as well as mourning the loss of our much-loved Queen Elizabeth. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Yeah. Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to convey and to share on behalf of my constituents in Gordon their sadness at the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and to express there my own gratitude for her lifetime of service as our monarch and head of state. It's been an incredible privilege to be able to listen to so many generous tributes both yesterday in this place and today, and so to hear so many personal stories about how Her Majesty's life and reign touched so many people. Many have already spoken in this place and elsewhere of the sense of permanence that Her Majesty brought to us, that she was an ever-present, a constant presence in our public life, and of the fact that for so many, perhaps we didn't realise the importance that she played in that backdrop of our lives and the presence that she had until that presence was no longer there. It was a role which she carried out with diligence, with grace, with decorum, and with a deep, deep sense of duty and obligation, for which we're all incredibly grateful. She was a quite extraordinary person, called to serve us in quite extraordinary times, in a quite extraordinary role, serving as our monarch through a tumultuous period of technological, social and political advance. She was a head of state, of course, of many different countries and territories, and as the winds of change blew throughout the last century, she saw many of them achieving self-government in their own right, and saw many changes internally within the UK, with devolution to Scotland, to Wales and to Northern Ireland. But throughout, she demonstrated a sure-footedness, a steadiness, and that she was a unifying presence, symbolising all that whatever change was happening round about her, symbolising all that remained in common. As has been said, she had a particular affinity with Scotland, particularly with Aberdeenshire in the northeast of Scotland, but especially to her beloved home at Balmoral Castle. It was an area in Scotland where she was greatly loved and which she loved very much in return. Madam Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty's loss is one that is going to be felt deeply, with even those who might be ambivalent themselves to the institution of monarchy, nevertheless realising the enormity of the passing of someone who served in that role so steadfastly and so diligently and with such commitment to our people. As His Majesty King Charles has said, we mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. In that, he speaks for each of us. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my constituents of the Calder Valley to thank Her Majesty for her lifetime of service to us, her peoples, and to her country, the Commonwealth and territories, for all the very, very many reasons that have been mentioned here by colleagues over the last 2 days. Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't repeat them all again, but instead reflect on my own wonderful experiences of meeting Her Majesty the Queen. Now, I'm what I would call a true working-class lad. We emigrated to Australia when I was 5. I'm the son of a boilermaker and a seamstress. We were £10 Poms who emigrated to the once great steel and shipbuilding towns and cities of Australia. Now, my first experience of actually seeing the Queen in person, in real life, I remember was back in the late 1970s. I was just aged 15. I know you're aghast that I was, but watching in awe at the Royal Yacht Britannia, bringing Her Majesty the Queen and Prince Philip to meet the then Australian Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser. What a magnificent sight it was, and the amount of people that turned up to greet them. And never once then did I ever in my life imagine that I would be Her Majesty's Vice-Chamberlain and having audiences with her at Buckingham Palace on one-to-one. Now, just slightly and briefly back to my working-class roots. Now, my mum, when I left school, was horrified, absolutely horrified, that I left school to work in an office. She often asked why I didn't get a proper job like my dad and my brother, who also had a trade. Such was the harshness of my background, although I will say I wouldn't change it for anything. Now, this badgering from my mum has gone on my whole life, where even when I became an MP in this place, in devilment, she would say to me, "So just remind me, what exactly is it you do?" So a few years ago, when my mum was in the late 70s, she came back here to the UK from Australia for a holiday at around the same time as the state opening of Parliament. So not telling her a thing, I brought her here to London for a visit. I got her a seat in the House of Lords Gallery, overlooking the Queen, straight in front of the Queen. And then, for good measure, I got her sat in the special seat over there, here on the floor of the House, courtesy of Mr. Speaker's predecessor. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, no one has ever seen my mother speechless in her life. But I can tell you she was. And what I can also tell you is that she has never once since say to me, "So tell me, what is it you actually do?" Now that, though, was the power and the respect of Her Majesty gained from every generation of Britons, my good old mum included. And I will take to my dying day the ease, the compassion, and the love I felt from my Queen, our Queen, as her Vice-Champion. Her interest and knowledge of the Calder Valley, or any subject we discussed, was flawless. May you rest in peace, Your Majesty. You have more than deserved and earned your peace. God save the Queen, and God save the King.
Yeah. Stephanie Peacock.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to rise today to take tribute to our late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. The whole country, the people of Barnsley, and millions across the Commonwealth and around the world are all mourning the loss of Britain's longest reigning monarch. I express my sadness, and I give my condolences and those of the people of Barnsley East to our new King and to our royal family. Anyone who knows me knows I am a strong supporter of our constitutional monarchy. I am a proud royalist, but I have been struck by how both those who share my view and those who hold the opposite one are unified in admiration for our late Queen's service, commitment and duty. Across the country, there is a profound sense of loss. Queen Elizabeth II was part of that incredible generation of women, the most prominent of them, my grandmother's generation, who lived, served and survived the Second World War at a time when attitudes to women were much different. She perfectly understood the role of constitutional monarch, of public service and of duty. She knew it was not her job to solve the problems of the day. That falls to us in this place. But she often spoke to our nation at times of peril, of danger and of division, delivering a message of comfort and of unity. For me, most notably in 2001, in the wake of the horrific 9/11 terrorist attacks, she said grief is the price we pay for love. We draw on that sentiment today at a time of profound national sadness and mourning. Members across this House have rightly spoken of how our Queen Elizabeth has been a constant in our lives, in an ever-changing world, in difficult times and in happier ones. In 1977, she had been on the throne for a quarter of a century when she visited Barnsley as part of her Silver Jubilee celebrations. Our town was built on coal, and when she visited in 1954, she was given a commemorative piece to mark the occasion. I know the people of Barnsley celebrated then as they mourn today. The late Queen had a unique ability to unite us all, and today we are united in our grief. As the poet laureate, Yorkshireman Simon Armitage wrote in his collection Queenhood to mark the Platinum Jubilee, for generations we will not know such majesty. As our Elizabethan age closes, those words ring true. As we mourn her loss, as we celebrate her life, as we thank her for her service, we say rest in peace, and we say God save the King.
Yeah. Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm deeply saddened, as I know the entire country are, in the passing of our Queen. I never actually had the honour of meeting her. Like most people, I saw her on TV and the occasional glimpse through the car window. Finally, I thought I had my chance when I became an MP, and I could attend the opening of Parliament. First to put a prayer card in, first to the chamber. I was sat in my place, eagerly waiting for proceedings to begin, only to realise, as things took place, that first in the chamber means last out. There I was, watching the front bench file out while I was trapped behind several annoying members of Parliament who wouldn't get out of the way. In fairness, it's not because they wouldn't, it's because they couldn't, and they have probably made the same error as me. Sadly, I never did get that glimpse. However, something that I did get was a memory that came flooding back from my younger days, a message that said, "He who is first will be last, and he who is last will be first." Like our Queen, I am a Christian, and so while I have this moment, I want to let you know of a recent sermon I heard. It's very short. And the pastor spoke of being able to tune a piano from another piano, and so on. It can be done many times, but each time the next piano becomes a little more out of tune than the previous one. What should happen is that each piano should be tuned to the same tuning fork. That way, they will all be perfectly in tune. His analogy was that we should all use Christ as our tuning fork, not the world. That way, each of us could try to live like Christ. I believe our Queen, through her faith, did just that, and by doing so showed the rest of the world what a life in Christ looked like. A life of faith, hope, and most importantly, love. Since I became an MP, I have spoken much of the importance of good role models. I cannot think of a finer example than our late Queen. If we all seek to serve as our Queen did, putting God, duty, and others first, then this world we all share will be a much better place for it. Remembering always, he who puts himself first will be last, but he who puts himself last will be first. Our Queen always puts herself last and others first. I finish by thanking our Queen on behalf of all in Don Valley for her 70 years of incredible service. On behalf of my constituents again, I would like to pass on my sincere condolences to the entire royal family. God save the King, long may you reign.
Yeah. Mary Clinton.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Only 3 months ago, the country was celebrating the late Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and we gathered in this place to pay tribute to Her Majesty for her years of dedicated service to our country and the Commonwealth. We could not have imagined that we would be gathered here today to pay our tributes upon her death. But amidst the sadness, it's surely comforting to remember that, in what were to be Her Majesty's last days and months, she enjoyed a massive outpouring of admiration, affection and gratitude, witnessed at the many events across the country to celebrate her 70 glorious years on the throne. We enjoyed many Jubilee celebrations in my constituency of North Tyneside, where we have always given the Queen and royal family the warmest of welcomes whenever they visit. The earliest visit I can recall was in 1967, when the Queen came to open the then New Tyne Tunnel. It was a school day, but one boy in my class lived near the tunnel and was given half a day off to join his family in the crowds welcoming the Queen. I was in awe of that and a bit envious, I must admit. Little did I know that 45 years later, I would be welcoming the Queen as a new MP, joining the crowds, including school children, when the Queen made her last visit to North Tyneside to open Tyne Tunnel 2. Madam Deputy Speaker, myself, my family, all my constituents have a great fondness for the Queen. During her reign, she gave us so much hope, much pride, much inspiration and much joy. On behalf of my constituents, I send my heartfelt condolences to King Charles and all the royal family as they mourn this such a personal loss. May our gracious Queen rest in peace, and may God save the King.
Yeah. Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak on behalf of my constituents, and I will focus my remarks on Her Majesty's role in marking the milestones of Guildford throughout her reign. Queen Elizabeth first visited Guildford in 1957 with His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh to mark the 700th anniversary of the town's charter. She was presented with a traditional gift for royal visitors to Guildford on the balcony of the Guildhall, which was a plum cake, though I'm not sure whether she partook of it, given her fondness for chocolate cake instead. The Queen then visited the half-completed Guildford Cathedral, signing with the Duke 2 bricks to be incorporated into the structure. There they remain, along with many thousands of others signed by Guildfordians. She will be indelibly with us in Guildford for centuries to come. 4 years later, in May 1961, Her Majesty attended the consecration of the cathedral. It was the first new Anglican cathedral to be built in 500 years. In 2011, she returned with the Duke to mark 50 years since that consecration. During the Second World War, Her Majesty served in the Auxiliary Training Service in and around the Surrey area and retained her connection to the successor Women's Royal Army Corps during her reign. In 1964, she opened the WRAC barracks in Guildford, which I'm glad to say cast off its nickname of the Powder Puff Barracks to become the Queen Elizabeth Barracks, and today the community of Queen Elizabeth Park. Her Majesty returned 15 years later in 1979 to mark 60 years of the WRAC Association and unveiled a plaque to mark the occasion.
In February 1981, she opened the Royal Surrey County Hospital and spent time touring the new facilities, speaking to staff and patients. She returned in 1997 with the Duke to open the amazing St Luke's Cancer Centre. Her Majesty was also a visitor to the University of Surrey. She attended the service of Thanksgiving for the University's Silver Jubilee in 1992 and opened the Surrey Space Centre in 1998. In October 2015, the Queen returned to open the School of Veterinary Medicine with the Duke of Edinburgh, when, as well as touring the facility, she spoke to Professor Noel Fitzpatrick about prosthetic limb use for dogs. Her Majesty was a monarch who retained an interest in the lives of her people. She returned to cathedrals she inaugurated, hospitals she opened, organisations of which she had been a part, and universities where the future scientists, artists and leaders of her nation were being educated. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was that interest and warmth that drew so much affection from her people. Her investment in this country and its people was total and unwavering. It was the greater part of her, and she an irreplaceable part of us all. May she rest in peace. May God save the King.
Before I leave the chair, Mr. Speaker has asked me to remind members and staff that there is a church service tomorrow at 6 p.m. at St Margaret's Church for the parliamentary community to remember Her late Majesty the Queen. Those wishing to attend, please contact Mr. Speaker's office. And can I also say it has been an honour to hear so many moving tributes to Queen Elizabeth II. And I know I speak for my constituents of Doncaster Central when I say thank you to our late Queen for a lifetime of public service. May she rest in peace and long live the King. Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real honour to have the opportunity to pay tribute to the life and achievements of Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of the Alliance Party and also my constituents in North Down. Hers was a life of duty and service. She was a leader and a healer. Indeed, she was an exemplar as to what a constitutional monarch should be. She was loved and respected not just across the UK but around the world. And it was very interesting to note that whenever the UK hosted major international gatherings, it was clear that other heads of states and other heads of government looked up to the Queen greatly. And at times of tragedy, she was our comforter-in-chief. This was especially so responding to the pain and suffering that was experienced in Northern Ireland. And of course, troubles affected her so deeply personally as well. In return, she honoured the service and sacrifice of the Royal Ulster Constabulary through awarding them the George Cross, and also recognised the role and service of the Royal Irish Regiment in terms of providing them with a conspicuous Gallantry Cross. The Queen did so much to promote reconciliation in Ireland and to improve Anglo-Irish relations. This was encapsulated in the reciprocal visits made by her, first of all, to Ireland in 2011, in that very memorable state dinner, and then the return state visit of the Irish President, Michael D. Higgins, to the UK in 2014. Sadly, that reception in Windsor Castle was the last time I had the opportunity to meet her. She paid some very memorable visits to North Down in 1961 and 2009, and there is an iconic image of her in Bangor Harbour on that 1961 visit. We were enormously grateful that Bangor was awarded city status as part of this year's Platinum Jubilee Civic Honours, and indeed, given what has now happened, this was particularly poignant. I have confidence in the leadership of the new King. Indeed, he has served the longest apprenticeship in history. I particularly appreciate what he has done for the environment and also for young people, notably through the Prince's Trust. I wish him every success as he steps up at this most difficult time. May the Queen rest in peace and God save the King.
Sid, okay, give me a clue. Give me a clue. Jack Brereton.
You
Madam Deputy Speaker. So many people here in the UK and in my city of Stoke-on-Trent and across the Commonwealth will be feeling a great deal of loss and sadness, which is hard to express. The Queen visited Stoke-on-Trent on a number of occasions, first in 1949, and people across our city will be mourning her loss. Our heartfelt condolences go out to His Majesty the King and the entire royal family. There are few alive today who can remember a time without Her Majesty the Queen, and for many it will be difficult to imagine a life without her. Over 70 years of dutiful service, a constancy and strength to guide our great nation and 14 other Commonwealth realms, each of which she cared for very deeply. Over that time, the world has changed almost unrecognisably, but she has always been there to offer stability to us at times of great change and reassurance in times of crisis. Even in these final few years of her life, despite declining health and the loss of her dearly beloved Philip, at the age of 96 she continued to perform her important duties as our head of state. Just as His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh was Her Majesty's strength and stay, she was our strength and stay, and this is how she will be remembered. She was our longest reigning monarch and probably our greatest, if not one of the greatest leaders the world has ever seen. One of her greatest abilities was to remain above politics, bridging divides, whether political or across communities and generational divides. Along with thousands of others who had the chance, I was lucky enough with my wife Laura to attend one of the Queen's numerous garden parties at Buckingham Palace a few years ago, a day which I will never forget, and I'm sure will all those who had this chance. Whilst many never had the chance to meet the Queen directly, there is still a great feeling of loss and sadness that she was a significant part of our lives. She was loved by all of us. It was clear to see a great deal of affection and respect shown to Her Majesty through the huge outpouring of support shown earlier this year with the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, just as we now see the massive expression of sympathy around the world. We will now join in mourning her loss and supporting our new King. I know from meeting him the King previously on a number of occasions, following in his mother's example, he will do all he can to support our great nation. I know he has a great deal of affection for my city in Stoke-on-Trent. Let us never forget our Elizabeth the Great. She is now at peace, reunited with her beloved Philip. Her achievements and memory will live on. God save the King.
Alex Norris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents from the north of Nottingham. We loved her dearly and are united in grief today. The values that she exemplified, duty, love of country, commitment to your fellow person, are ones we strive to live by every day in our part of the world. I have two short memories that I wish to share on behalf of our community. Firstly, from the Diamond Jubilee in 2012, the Queen visited Vernon Park, based within my constituency. I was the local councillor then, and as I left my home and walked to that event, it felt like every door you passed, somebody else joined the throng walking down to the park. And as you got there, we were this mass of humanity, just so thrilled to be able to show off our community to the Queen, to sing, to dance, to play sport as well. And virtually everybody in our community has a story about that day. And that was the sort of connection that the Queen made with British people up and down this country, and the markers that we have that commemorate that day we will have forever. And that was echoed 10 years later on the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee. We had over 24 events across our constituency, all locally organised, spontaneous demonstrations of love of Queen and country and the desire to get back together after so long apart. And that's what our Queen did, didn't she? She brought us together, she united us. So my community is united in mourning today, but also united when we say, God save the King.
Right, who wants to go next? Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to speak. It is with immense sadness that I rise to pay tribute and give thanks for the life of our late Queen Elizabeth. On behalf of myself, my family and the people of Cheadle, I'd like to send our heartfelt condolences to King Charles and the entire family who remain in our thoughts and prayers at this sad time. The Queen has been hailed as a golden thread which binds countries and people together. and her reign has been the single thread of continuity throughout my life and the lives of many people across the world who have known no other sovereign. I didn't get to meet her, but the wonderful, personal and moving tributes following the death of our beloved Queen allow us to glimpse the human face behind the monarch. Many stories relate the meetings and audiences some privileged people were allowed to attend. Others recount those brilliant occasions where a visit would lead to a chance encounter with a few warm words and gestures, forever imprinted on memories, to be retold to children and grandchildren. For our parents and grandparents and those who lived through or fought in the Second World War, it was the photos of the young princess in her ATS uniform which showed her steadfast spirit and solidarity with them and were an example of her desire to serve, which later came to exemplify her reign. Indeed, the appetite to see the Queen, not just in the newspapers but live on screen, set off a surge in sales of TVs, with millions of people gathering to watch the coronation in 1953 on newly purchased or rented grainy black and white televisions. Since then, her life of public duty, and her personal family life too, has streamed directly into people's front rooms. And that personal connection remained throughout her decades of service. We may not have met Her Majesty personally, but we knew her and welcomed her into our hearts and into our homes, especially at Christmas, when our families gathered together and we heard her Christmas message. Always perceptive, compassionate, guiding, sharing her wisdom and her love of God. As we have heard, on her 21st birthday, she declared her whole life, whether it be long or short, be devoted to our service. Her Majesty was happily blessed with a long life, and as a nation, we have been blessed by her service. We are feeling a profound sense of loss as we mourn our Queen. We will miss having her in our lives. But the golden thread of duty, love and service, which knits our communities and nations together, will pass unbroken to her heir, King Charles III. God bless Her Majesty. May she rest in peace. And God save the King.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to say a few words today. And it is a very real and genuine honour for me to speak in this important debate on behalf of the people of Newport West to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II. And I want to echo the sentiments expressed by my honourable and right honourable friends and colleagues from across this House. And I've been really inspired and enjoyed listening to their elegant, witty words and stories about the Queen that they've shared with us, and I'm very grateful to them for that. By any measure, Her late Majesty was one of a kind. She led, she served, she cared, she inspired, she comforted, and she challenged. Queen Elizabeth will be irreplaceable, and we were lucky to have her. Hers was a life well lived. From travelling to all parts of our world to serving as our longest head of state, she made history, and she was our present for so long. Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't matter if you're a royalist or a republican, we can all recognise the Queen's dedication, integrity, compassion and sense of humour, and to acknowledge the lifetime of extraordinary service to our country, of commitment to the people of Wales, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, and her calm, strong and stable leadership. I've heard many stories about the visits the Queen paid to our area in South Wales, indeed to my own constituency, like a visit to St Woolis Cathedral in Stow Hill in Newport West. And I think of the visits to the official openings of the Assembly of Wales and now the Senedd, when the former Assembly member for Newport West and presiding officer, Dame Rosemary Butler, welcomed the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh to Cardiff Bay, the home of the Welsh National Parliament. Today I want to give voice to the many people who live, learn and work in Newport West, who will mourn Her Majesty's passing and who, through me as their Member of Parliament, extend their condolences to the King and the royal family. In particular, I want to mention a message I received from Mubarak Ali on behalf of the Islamic Society for Wales. He said, "At this sad time, we all share our grief and tears with the members of the royal family. Queen Elizabeth will be greatly missed. Rest in peace in heaven, Your Majesty, Thank you for your love and dedication for our country and the world. In 1944, the then Princess Elizabeth made her first visit to Newport. And my 87-year-old mum and others of her age remember that visit and the boost it provided during those difficult war years. In 2002, to celebrate the Queen's Golden Jubilee, Newport was granted city status, a moment of immense pride for our city, and again Her Majesty was there to celebrate with us. And I must admit, I was very proud my 4-year-old daughter Eleanor was able to be one of the first to give Her Majesty a posy of flowers as she arrived in the city centre. #ProudMum. We politicians come and go, but Her Majesty endured and was a constant for all of us. As we move into a new world with a new monarch and a gaping hole in our national life, we give thanks for the life of Queen Elizabeth II. We mourn her loss and we send our prayers, condolences and love to the royal family, the country, the Commonwealth and the world she's left behind. May she rest in peace.
Yeah.
Fiona Bruce.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to pay tribute to the life of dutiful service of Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my Congleton constituents. How did the holder of such high office, and in the face of rightful adulation of millions across the world, sustain for over 7 decades a life of such dedicated and selfless service to others? May I suggest it was because she recognised in a very real and personal way that there is a higher authority even than her own, an authority by whom she had been called to her role and to whom ultimately she was accountable. In her own words, she said, "To many of us, our beliefs are of fundamental importance. For me, the teachings of Christ and my own personal accountability before God provide a framework in which I try to lead my life." Her example of servant leadership is unparalleled in our time. In many of her Christmas broadcasts, she spoke publicly, clearly and boldly of her Christian faith and is loved and respected for it by many. Christmas broadcasts are the one occasion when a monarch can write their own speech and convey their innermost thoughts. And she spoke of the importance of family and of small acts of kindness. And in 2011, she said, "God sent into the world a unique person, neither a philosopher nor a general, important though they are, but a saviour with the power to forgive. Forgiveness lies at the heart of the Christian faith. It can heal broken families. It can restore friendships. It can reconcile divided communities." And whilst having a deep, enduring Christian faith herself, she was also mindful of the importance of freedom of religion or belief for all. Indeed, she was ahead of many when she spoke of this in 2000, speaking of the Good Samaritan, saying, "The man who is robbed and left at the roadside is saved by someone who did not share his religion or culture. This wonderful story of kindness is still as relevant today. Good Samaritans have emerged across society, showing care and respect for all, regardless of gender, race or background, reminding us that each one of us is special and equal in the eyes of God." And then to the Church of England at Lambeth Palace in 2012, she said, "The Church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country, an environment for other faiths and communities, and indeed people of no faith, to live freely." And in 2014, she spoke of how we need to respect freedom of religion or belief for all faiths, a view which is shared by her son and successor, King Charles III. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Yeah. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say what an honour? Sorry.
Clear that just because the honourable gentleman is on his feet, it doesn't mean we've come to the end. This is unusual. I wouldn't like the chamber to empty unnecessarily. Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I could tell by the gas from around the chamber that people are saying it's all over. But thank you, no, that it's not. I'm very pleased to have the honour of speaking on record my thanks to God above for the life and reign of Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituency of Strangford and also of my own family. I well remember my mum and dad going to the garden party in 2012. They were pleased to be there. They're real loyalists, and they were able to engage and enjoy the occasion with the Queen and Prince Philip. Also, they got their 60th wedding anniversary card again. The card was specially for them, which of course it is, but it also exalts the occasion. So I'm very pleased to be able to say we've had a couple of things we can apply to and respond to as a family. The page before me lay blank for a long time, which may be shocking to many of you who know that I'm never short of a speech, or perhaps even two speeches. But the truth is, I didn't know what to say of my and our unparalleled Queen, how to express the depth of sorrow and loss we feel, how to convey my thanks to Almighty God for giving me the privilege of serving my Queen, or our Queen, in uniform and in this House, and for my constituents the security of living under the greatest reign in history. I spoke at the Jubilee of my admiration for this godly example of service, loyalty, faithfulness, wit, humour and grace. And even then I was emotional at the fear of the day that we never wanted to come. That day came, and with it the depth of sorrow and loss far outweighed what I had thought possible, and yet with it has also come a peace because I know that our Queen, this lady who gave and excelled up until a matter of hours before her death, is now with her Saviour that she loved in heaven. The Queen gave her royal seal to only one book about herself and her whole life, the servant Queen and the King she serves, and this I believe says all to me. She was a woman of history, royal blood, impeccable birth. She never bowed the knee to any power on this earth, and yet she willingly bowed to Jesus and served him faithfully. And in giving Jesus her heart, she was able to dedicate to us her all, the ultimate example of the best of British, the best of the greatest generation, the best of us all in this House and across this country. So prophetically for her name, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary, means, and I quote it, "God is my oath, a helper and defender of mankind and beloved." Queen Elizabeth radiated her oath of service made to her God that she loved. She has helped and defended this union, Commonwealth and her faith, and she was certainly most beloved. The inspiration of so many who fought in her name, who gave up their lives in defence of her and all she stood for. Queen and country was an easy oath to make, and one I held dear, as have my constituents. And now, in deference to her, to the Queen, and in the hope for the foundation that she has laid in her family, with my whole heart, I say, long live King Charles III. Indeed, God save the King.
Craig Tracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's with great sadness and also some pride that I rise today to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of myself, my family and my constituents across North Warwickshire and Bedworth, and also send out condolences to the royal family. Thursday was a day we always knew at the back of our minds was inevitable. Most wished it wouldn't arrive, but I think few of us actually considered the impact it would have on us all when it did actually come. And I'm sure I wasn't alone to wake up on Friday morning with the most profound sense of grief that I really couldn't rationalise. Like many people, I hadn't actually met the late Queen, but I still felt like I knew her. She'd been part of our daily lives forever, not just here in Parliament, but her image was seemingly everywhere. She was in our wallets, on our letters, in our shops, and on our walls. We shared our troubled times with her, and we shared her successes. We even shared our Christmas Day together. She loved our country, and it loved her, and that was never more evident than recently at the Jubilee celebrations across our constituencies. And although Queen Elizabeth II was of royal blood, she also had an amazing ability to connect with people, and we felt that she was one of us. But I think what is most incredible is that, unlike us here in this place, she did not ask for her role to be our head of state, but it was rather imposed on her, which makes it even more incredible that she kept the promise that she made as a 21-year-old princess right up until the very end of her days, that she would devote her life to service. And for that, we should be eternally grateful. No other person has had such a profound impact on so many lives over such a long period of time. The word icon is often bandied around to describe various people, but never has it been more appropriate than for our Queen Elizabeth. She defined our nation and represented it unfailingly for 70 years. It now seems very strange to be contemplating a future without Her late Majesty in it. In an uncertain and dynamic world, she was a reassuring constant, and her death is not just a tragedy for the royal family, but a dreadful loss for us all. But we should remember it was a life lived with true purpose, and on behalf of my constituents and myself, I would like to say thank you, Your Majesty, for your dedication and service to our country. May you now rest in peace, and God save the King.
And I didn't see.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday morning I bumped into Helen, a constituent. She was visibly upset. It was an ungodly hour, 7:15, and she was walking in early for work at a local butcher shop in the heart of Royal Leamington Spa. A shop so well regarded that it holds a warrant to supply the royal household. She told me how she dreaded the coming of this day. Like so many of us, she was shocked by the news. An hour later, as I stood in the queue for a train ticket, the guy in front of me in jeans and a torn black leather jacket confided he was going to Buckingham Palace because he needed to be there. 2 simple vignettes, replayed, I'm sure, up and down our country. For a person of such slight figure, the Queen seemed to stand above presidents, prime ministers, and other heads of state. It wasn't simply her longevity or her manner. Invariably, there was a genuine respect for her experience and her wise counsel. Her virtues were many: dedication, diligence, integrity, respect, loyalty, humility, compassion, and constancy. For at times of turmoil, she provided calm. At times of national self-doubt, she reassured us. Throughout her reign and even before, in wartime, after various bombings, the Aberfan disaster, and then during the pandemic, when she proposed hope and that we would meet again. Her state visit to Ireland in 2011, the first visit there by any British monarch for 100 years, where she made one of her most significant speeches. But also, she celebrated with us in moments of national joy. VE Day, imagine the liberation she felt, being able to be out on the streets with the people. And then, of course, that magic moment, presenting Bobby Moore with the Jules Rimet Trophy and dropping by for the Olympics in 2012. She was, Madam Deputy Speaker, the woman for all seasons. Warwick and Leamington was blessed by her visits on 3 occasions. Firstly, in 1988, to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Queen Victoria's granting of the Royal Warrant to Leamington. Then in 1996, when she visited the Lord Leicester Hospital in Warwick Castle, and finally in 2011 to open the Royal Justice Centre. I'm not sure if she had time to drop by the butchers, but hopefully King Charles III will make time in the coming years. Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Warwick, Leamington, Whitnash and Villages, I pay tribute and offer our thanks for the life of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, for her dignity and commitment to our service, and may I express our sincere condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and all the family. Her late Majesty the Queen was not given to sentimentality. She would have wanted us to look forwards, and perhaps she would have put it this way: the firm has a new boss. May our late Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
Conor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I place on record our gratitude to the Speaker for allowing ministers to participate in this debate from the backbenches today. What is really striking about listening to the many contributions today and yesterday is how many of our constituencies had visits, multiple visits by Her Majesty the Queen over her 7 decades of service. I was in my own constituency of Bournemouth West yesterday and talking to some local people who remember her last visit to Bournemouth to peer approach. She had views about all our constituencies, so did her late husband. I was introduced to the Duke of Edinburgh in 2013 at a reception at Buckingham Palace, and he looked at me and said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Bournemouth, sir." He said, "Bournemouth, full of old people." I said, "Yes, sir, many of them a good deal younger than you." For a split second, I thought I'd made a serious mistake. But he burst out laughing and called the Queen over to tell her what I'd said, and she looked at him and said, "Well, Philip, that isn't hard, is it?" Madam Deputy Speaker, our late Queen embodied our values as a nation. When you go abroad, people recognise the English language, our legal system, our arts and our culture, but because of her long, long reign, they identify the United Kingdom of today very much with the person of the late Queen. And I was constantly struck by her reach. In May of this year, I attended in Washington the RuPaul's Drag Race British Invasion Tour concert, where I met a young person called Josh